the chauffeur. Hasharam, the Ten Commandments. Ra'a, Yahaya, Raka, Alahayim, Akarayim, Iopinia. No and not have other gods before me. La'a, Thayasha, Laka, Pasa, Wala'a, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'a, Thalakwa, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, Shiwa. No or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabal, Abakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. Ba'ah, Atazak, know and not thou murder. Ba'ah, Bakanab, know and not thou murder. Ba'ah, Bakanab, know and not thou steal. Ba'ah, Thayonah, Shakar, know and not thou testify falsely. Ba'ata kamad kala shira la rakaya. Know and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah. Hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
Hasharam.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes. Romans 11:5.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Shalom! Welcome to Mount Assembly! Don't forget, shoes off at the door!
Respect Yah's house.
Hey, my Yah is so. Hey, my Yah is so. Sororaba, 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 Yahaya. Sororaba, 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 Yahaya. Praise Yah! Yah.
Praise Yah.
All praises to the Most High, Yah. All praises to the Most High. His holy name is rightful order. Let me see where my mic is. Let's see if my mic sounds nice. Check 1. I think my mic is all right. Let me bring it up a little bit. Bring it up to 47. 48 is good. I don't think I'm gonna get too crazy tonight. All right, my mic. Yeah, there we go. That's good. Y'all tell me turn it down if I get too loud. Shalom, everybody. Shabbat Shalom. Happy Sabbath day. Happy Shabbat day, the 7th day that the Most High has made. Shout out to Lanensi Yah, Kevin Yah, and the whole family out there. Thank you guys for that beautiful song. They sent it to me a couple of weeks ago. I didn't get a chance to open it. I opened it up yesterday and I couldn't stop smiling. I could not stop smiling. That thing is so beautiful. So now that just made our new lineup. Shout out to the family. All praises to the Most High. It's so amazing to see when the babies give praise to the Most High. You see, the babies, that part right there is something else. I can't even explain that part right there. When the babies give praises to the Most High. Watch this.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
see, in the scriptures, it says even the Malaks, the angels, and the prophets long to see the day at the end time when the children come back to the Most High and they sing praises and glory to his name. It's an amazing thing. It's truly, truly amazing.
Yeah. Praise Yah.
All praises to the Most High. Thank you, family, for that beautiful song and praise and worship to the Most High. All right, let me see the chat. I can't see the chat. Shalom, family, everybody in Mashiach Assembly, everybody worldwide. Tonight we have a special live. Y'all have to excuse me if I look kind of. I should look crazy. I had 40 minutes of sleep from yesterday. So for those who know, on the investment group, I ended it at 12 o'clock a.m. yesterday, so that I told the investment group, because I needed to get this together for tonight. And from 12 a.m. till 7:45 p.m., I was working on this presentation tonight. I was thinking of doing it as a premiere so that I can get some rest, just premiere it, and then you guys can still have the chat. But there's a section in this tonight that I need to add a word in. I need to add something. And I asked the Most High to stay me. As my physical age, I'm a little too old to be getting 30 minutes, 40 minutes of sleep for almost 24 hours. But I got to do what I got to do, right? Friday, the new schedule is Monday to Friday. Monday is the 25 to Life. Tuesday is the Zoom Bible study. Wednesday is the Q&A live on YouTube. Thursday is the investment group on Zoom. Friday is tonight's study. And then, y'all willing, I'm going to get some rest after this tonight. But this was very important. What we're about to experience tonight has, the daughter of Yah has had this revelation to do her testimony about her being in the sorority. I think it's Zeta, and it's been a long time, and she's been patient all in the Most High's timing. And the Most High said, now is the time to bring it forth. So tonight we're going to premiere the testimony of the denouncing of the Greek and sorority and fraternity. And I got a breakdown of the Boule and some of the foundation of the Boule. So you guys should enjoy tonight's live. I apologize if I'm not all there. I literally had about 35, 40 minutes of rest, and I got up and scrubbed my face. So, but I'm going to, and the Most High stays me. He will give me the extra that I need to make this a powerful study for you guys tonight. All right, there it goes. Premiere, let me see. Praise Yah, thank you. 15 gigs, my goodness. Well, thank you, Yah, for allowing the thing to download on time. Let me I need to open up another window, guys. Let me see. I need to open that. So let me close that right now. Oh, it's already closed. Let me open up this window. Oh, let me put the thing so my brothers and sisters can join me on the screen so it ain't all in my face, because I know I look crazy. Present, share screen. No, not present, share screen. See, I'm half masked, but I'll be all right. Invite, copy, go to the chat, Control V, enter. All right. Man, they sung praises to the Most High. I like that. That was really dope. Hold on. That was really dope. All right. Look, they got a song to y'all. Listen to it.
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, Maya is so. Hey, Maya is so. Sororaba, ya. Sororaba, ya. Yeah.
Praise Yah.
That is so dope. Praise the Most High. His holy name is rightful order. All right. So did I open my other Shalom Hakyama? Did I open my other window yet? I got so many windows. I'm trying to look. Oh, I could close Premiere Pro. Let me do that in a second. Don't let me forget to close Premiere Pro, guys. All right, let me open my other window so we can get started. We're getting right into tonight. All right, new window, bang. And then let me grab the file from here. Where is it? Oh, 16 gigs, 15.9 gigs. That's a big file. All right, let me pull that and grab it up over here. Bang. There you go. Praise y'all. I work hard on this. You know, so you work hard for the money. I know it says she work hard, but I work hard for the for the word. Yeah, I definitely worked hard on this. Oh my goodness. All right. So okay, make that okay, good. I can make this small and pull it over here. There we go. And then make this small and pull it over here so I can Shalom, Elder Taj Balayah, and Yana Pa. I'm Oakland, California. I'm getting set up for you guys right now. I'm getting all set up. Shabbat Shalom, everybody. May you have a blessed Sabbath day. The seventh day, he said, remember and keep it holy forever. The seventh day, that's what he said. Keep it holy forever. Don't desecrate this day. All right, let's go. All right, so I know my brain. I don't want to miss something. Okay, that I got the thing over there. I guess we can go in. I guess we can go right in. All right. So let me come up. We about to the thumbnail. Who was that? Somebody left a donation. Why y'all? Thank you, Young King. He says, praise the Most High. Why? Oh, it won't let me put it on the screen. That's new. It says, praise Yah for all the good spiritual fruit and instructions that the Most High gives through Ankh and this house and in each and every week, so that the children may not only be healed, but also revigorated to go back out into Babylon, the world, and do the will of the Most High. Thank you, Raya, for the donation, Young King. It wouldn't let me put it. Oh, that's why I was in the there we go. Thank you, Young King, for the donation. I humbly appreciate it, Raya. All right, let's get started. Let me come back to the live chat. All right, new comments. Okay. There we go. All right, so now we're at the live chat. Shalom, everybody. Shalom, Sister Roberta. Shalom, Run Rock. Everybody, sorry I can't scroll up too far. All right, here we go. We're about to get started. Let's get started. Larry, would you mind putting the title to the video? If you didn't do it already, you probably did it already. If you don't mind doing it again. All right. These Negroes still salty about him leaving them too, although he has now he knows he would never joined anyway. All right. All right. Okay. Hold on. Shalom, Yashiyaha, and Ahabaya, brothers and sisters. All right, so the title of the video is, This Woman Denounces Her Greek Sorority live on our channel tonight, Expose Boule. Let me grab the thumbnail. Let's do this correctly. Quick access, bang, double click it, and okay, make this smaller, pull it over here, come back to you guys, present, share screen, window, bang, share. Now, it says, shout out to Dewan Brown over there on Facebook, my big bro out there from Hempstead, Strong Island, Dewan. All right, it says, I expose my sorority live. And my title says, this woman, this woman denounces her Greek sorority. Guess what? I know this woman. This woman right here on the screen is Yadassah. She's part of Mashiach Assembly Ministries. So tonight, our sister in our ministry, Yadassah, she's going to do a testimony. She's going to break down, this is a good one. She's going to break down her sorority and this Greek fraternity sorority. And I'm going to break down the Boule thing and show some stuff, right? So this is what was her sorority. She'll explain it, all right? This is what they doing to the kids in college. Y'all see? Look at that. Look what's on their faces. Y'all see the masks and stuff on their faces? See? These rituals. This stuff goes way back. This Greek. Everybody Greek. I don't know, these black people want to be Greek, but okay, let's let what says does say you. Let's break this down. All right. Here we go. I need to set up the correct thing because I don't want nothing to be taking up space for this live. I want it to be full screen. So let me close the banners and stuff so it could be full screen. Brand, how do I do it? Go up to the top, close the top one so it can take up, it can be full screen. Where's the top one? Let me see. Maybe it ain't on. All right, let me stop share. Stop share. Maybe it ain't there anyway, but that's good. I don't see it. Anyway, well, we'll see in a second. All right, here we go. The thus say you. All right. Present, share screen, Yadassah. Share. There we go. Let me make it full screen. There we go. Yep, it is a thing up at the top. Okay, let me find out where that at. Where you at? Where does say you? There we go. Hide that. Maybe that'll make it. Okay. Well, that didn't make it bigger. Well, I guess we can do it like that. That's okay. I don't gotta hide it. Because I thought it was gonna be bigger. Well, we'll share screen. I should make it full screen. I don't know. Let me see something. Let's experiment something really quickly. Let's experiment something really quickly. Scroll that down, and then what if we do the drop down? There we go. And then what if we do this? What would this do? That put us 3 at the bottom. That ain't working. Let me see how it looks like a full. That's full. But it's okay. Let's just have us on the screen a little bit. We're gonna share real estate. All right. So we'll do it like this. All right. So I'm gonna come back. Let me make that small. We're gonna do it this way. And let me go back to brand. Let me take that off. Anyway, just so it got more. All right, let's go. The title, Yadassah exposing her fraternity, her sorority. Here we go. What does say you?
So when you ask that question, what are all the nines? Which ones are they? It's the kappas, the omegas, the alphas, the sigmas, and the iotas. And then for the women organizations, it's the zetas, the AKAs, the sigma, gamma, rhos, and the deltas.
Wow. I remember some of those names from the Spike Lee movie.
The covenant was made.
Mm-hmm.
So this isn't about me, my experience, because people love to say, well, that's what she did. That's what happened with her chapter. That's what took place with her.
Mm-hmm.
One thing took place with all of us. All of us took an oath.
Mm.
So I just wanted to be clear, because I can sense and feel when people want to come forward and they'll be trolling in the commentary, you know, trying to deter people.
Mm.
So when you ask that question, what are all the nines? Which ones are they? It's the kappas, the omegas, the alphas, the sigmas, and the iotas. And then for the women organizations, it's the zetas, the AKAs, the sigma, gamma, rhos, and the deltas.
Wow. I remember some of those names from the Spike Lee movie.
The covenant was made.
Mm-hmm.
So this isn't about me, my experience, because people love to say, well, that's what she did. That's what happened with her chapter. That's what took place with her.
Mm-hmm.
One thing took place with all of us. All of us took an oath.
Mm.
So I just wanted to be clear, because I can sense and feel when people want to come forward and they'll be trolling in the commentary, you know, trying to deter people.
Mm.
And I don't want to take that angle. Understand that we're not talking about the physical components. We're not really talking about some of the horrible things you may have went through. When you got in there and they said, repeat after me, when you signed that oath, when you started branding yourself with those letters, when you started doing things in the name of Zeta Phi Beta or whatever organization you was in and left the name of the Most High, that's what I'm talking about. So the ritual, again, we was blindfolded walking, and I'm trying to go back into my memory. I remember walking, the room was dark. I remember steps.
Whether you are alphas, whether you're kappas, whether you're deltas, omegas, and I'm going to leave one of them out, because if I do that, you all will be upset, because you are more serious about the Greeks than you are about Africa. Whether.
What's good, everybody? Uncle Yahshua here on behalf of Mashiach Assembly. Welcome, everybody. Tonight, I have a special video for everybody. Shout out to my sister, Yadassah. Yadassah is on the screen. Look at Yadassah video looking all clear. She done stepped the video game up, guys. Shout out to Yadassah looking all clear. So we got a very special video tonight, guys. Yadassah said that she has some information that most people don't know, because she went to college, and unlike I was in the hood, she was in college, and I pledged the crime and got my butt locked up, and she pledged to Greek, right? So a lot of Black people pledge sororities and fraternities. I don't know if that's correct, but they pledge those because they really don't understand what it really is. All this Masonic stuff that people be pledging, and some people, I guess, knowingly, willfully are in covenant with these organizations like the Boule and the Masonic stuff, but most of them are not, right? So I talk with my hands. I do all type of stuff, right? When I grew up, this was okay, right? Then later, this was blood. This means bees up. So I have no idea what some stupid Masonic group is doing this for. I could care less. So I understand. So, but we here, y'all know Mashiach Assembly, we bring clarity and understanding. So I'm glad that my brother didn't come after me, because I'm definitely talking with my hands, and I ain't about to stop talking. I ain't about to stop using my hands, because these are my hands, and I am not covenant to nothing but the Most High. So I can do whatever I want. I can put up bees. I got two signs. I tell everybody, I got two signs for y'all. Y'all want to play, but I don't do it because, I'm trying to live righteous and set apart and everything. But I don't play all that. Tonight, we will break down. Our sister Yadassah will give us a deeper, complete understanding, firsthand knowledge of what this sororities and these fraternities and these Greek organizations, what actually happens when they do their pledges and stuff like that, stuff that I would never know. right? Because I don't go down these avenues trying to figure all that out. And I'll be doggone if I care what Masons is doing. I don't care what sign they got. What I want to do, we are going to do at Mashiach Assembly, we're going to bring some clearer understanding to this whole Greek fraternity, sorority, pledging with the enslaver, because the Greeks were the biggest enslavers of our ancestors, of them all, of our people. That's how we got into this mess. When Alexander the Great took over the whole Babylon, Persia, everything. His kingdom was the biggest. We went to our biggest captivity under them. So why in the world would we be pledging ourselves with some enslavers culture? We ain't Greek. So I don't know how much I'm going to keep in that. I have to watch it to see if I edit some of that out. But let's get started. So, Yadassah, Shalom to you.
Shalom.
Shalom, part of Mashiach Assembly. So Yadassah got some things she's gonna bring out. So did you wanted to start with some type of an introduction or anything to walk us into it, or you want me to start with some of the questions you want me to ask? However you want to do it.
Okay, we can kind of do a blend of both. So, hi, everybody. I'm Yadassah. I'm a part of Mashiach's Assembly, and the reason why I contacted Unc and said it's time for me to tell the story is because I actually did go watch one of the videos, and I just told Unc maybe I should tell my story about how I walked into Greek life. And I like how you said, Unc, that everybody is not lumped together. If people don't take anything from the message, I want them to take that part. I did not know what I was getting into, and everyone that is still in it, they don't know what they're in. So to assume that people are Confederate, standing and united, I'm not saying there are not several people that are, because that's true, but there's also a huge population of people that genuinely have no idea. So I just wanted to put that out there to start with.
Thank you for that clarity. Praise Yah. Her journey to choosing to pledge in the organization, but she failed to do research, which most of our people who go into these, they're like college kids, right? And they're in college and you actually want to belong to something, right? It's just a people, we always, especially our people, we lost all our identity and everything. So we always want to belong to something, whether it's your hood on your block, right? Or whether it's a gang in your hood, just your hood neighborhood or your projects, you're going to claim something, right? So now when they go to college, again, it's an identity thing. And then they get bombarded, and the most popular, I guess, on the campuses be the sororities and the fraternities. So it's kind of like a rite of passage, right? It's like a normal thing. So you go there, next thing you know, you get introduced. So you like, okay, wow, I want to belong to something, these sisters. And so how does that happen, Yadassah? Like, so let's say you go to the college camp. First of all, which college campus did you go to?
So I graduated from Eastern Kentucky University, where I'm from. Even though I'll always be trying to place me in Texas when you shout me out. I
do. I'm sorry. I got to remember, because that's where Pastor Darby.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Darby's church was right in the hood.
Yeah. Okay. I got to remember Kentucky. All right. You from Kentucky. Yeah. Shout out Kentucky. Louisville.
Yes. Yes. So I guess for me, the reason why I was introduced to Greek life, it started early. It's actually right before I went to college. I was in this program called Upward Bound. Some people might recognize it.
I remember Upward Bound. They wouldn't let me in. That hurt my little heart, Yadassah. I wanted to go because the thugs in my hood, the bigger boys, they went to Upward Bound. So where I'm from, it was a college called Hofstra University in Long Island, and the Upward Bound program, and they went away, and they went and for like a summer, and they had all these stories. And I went to the Upward Bound, and I did the whole test and everything, and they took Unique. Unique got in, and I didn't. I was hurt. That hurt me, and I never went. So you got to go to Upward Bound?
I did. So when I went to Upward Bound, you get to spend Monday through Friday on campus. and you get to take a college course that counts towards your college credit when you're actually going to the university that you're going to be a freshman. So this is kind of the window between I just graduated from high school, but I'm not quite in college.
Oh, so you could go to Upward Bound even after you out of high school?
It was designed for right after high school to prepare you for college.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so that's what happened for us. We went to Upward Bound, and that is the first time that I encounter a Zeta. So I pledged Zeta Phi Beta, but there are 9 Black Greek letter organizations, and this is when the seed was planted. So I'm at Upward Bound, and the campus is huge. We're just graduating from high school, and I'm lost. And I'm like, I don't know where to go. I'm like panicking at this point. I'm dropped off, parents are gone, we're here. And I'm lost. And so there's this girl at the desk, and she gets up. She's like a residence aide, somebody that sits at the front desk of college, of like a dorm. And she's like helping me out. She just helped me to feel really, really calm. And I noticed when she sat down, she had on a letter jacket that had Zeta Phi Beta, the Greek letters. And I was like, what's that? And that's when the seed was planted. And she went ahead and told me what her organization was about. And how
what does Zeta Phi Beta mean? What does that mean?
It's just one of the D9 organizations. So there's Zeta Phi Beta, Alpha Kappa Alpha, then there's more of them. Yeah, so you have
and Alpha Kappa Alpha is boys, right?
No, still sorority.
Oh, that's still sorority?
Sorority.
Okay.
Yep. So Alpha Kappa Alpha, Delta Sigma Theta, Sigma Gamma Rho, those are the women. And then you have the Omega Psi Phis, the Qs for short. You'll hear them called as that.
And that's women too?
No, only
that's the dudes.
Only dudes, yep.
Oh,
so sorority for women,
fraternities. So the Qs are dude, right? That's when we're going, whenever you're doing all that. Okay.
You got it, yep. And so there are a collective total of 9 organizations. So she is doing what she's supposed to do, which is what we are trained to do. When you see someone walk up and they want to learn more about your organization, you immediately start going into it. You spend the benefits and you tell them why it's great. So our conversation ended there. I didn't think anything of it. Fast forward, now it's time to go off to college, right? So I'm
so you graduated. Hold on, because you go fast. You graduated Upward Bound, and now you set up. Now you're going to college. Hold on, I want one more question. You said the D9. I think I learned that from one of his videos. D9 is Divine 9. Is that what it's saying? Oh, so and it's the organizations, the Divine 9, but that's sororities.
It's everybody.
It's both. Everybody. So it's only 9?
Yep, Black Greek letter organizations, several Greek letter organizations, but
so how many? Right, just the Black. So now you graduated Upward Bound, you got introduced, they came up, they told you all the good stuff, all the perks and everything to get your attention. So now you're ready to go to school, and you already in your head, I'm guessing it's like, yeah, I'm about to, you already knew you was going to pledge by the time you was going to school?
Nope, not even. So, I was missing the Kappas. I think that's who I didn't name. Okay, so I did not know that I was going to pledge at that time. When I came on the campus, everything was everything. You're a freshman, you're coming on the campus, and you're getting to see the world, what they have to offer, the classes, and then you see all the Greek organizations because they're positioned for you to see them. This is all a ploy. This is all by design. So everyone is out there. It didn't even cross my mind in the beginning days. I think maybe when I was about into my first semester, almost towards the end of it, I started to have maybe like informational sessions where you could go to different meetings and you could actually learn more. So instead of a one-on-one like me and the Zeta had at the other university, we did more of a group informational where you could go and learn about these organizations. Now, at this time, I thought I was a Christian at this point. So the Deltas, I remember them saying, hey, we're having an informational tonight. And they gave maybe an invite to myself and my roommate at the time in college. So we was like, we're both going to go, but we were already committed to this Christian Bible study. So I was like, oh, we're not going to be able to make it. It's a conflict. That's the same night. We're going to Bible study. So my roommate was like, all right, cool. We're going to Bible study. So we're thinking we could go to them and let them know, hey, we're going to Bible study. Absolutely not. We thought they would understand. Like, this is God, right? So I'm going to Bible study. They were offended. Cold shoulder ever since. And never talked to us, treated us really badly, just standoffish. And that rubbed me the wrong way. So I immediately crossed Delta. Okay, so we now know Delta Sigma Theta wasn't an option for me because as you observe the people on campus, you're looking to see how you will fit within this organization. And that at the time was not something I would do. Okay, so fast forward, I end up running into Zetas on campus, and it clicks to me that other Zeta, those same letters, it's all coming back now. I'm like, oh, that's the same group of women. Let me see what they're talking about.
And when you say the letters, it's on their clothing or something?
It is always.
Oh,
it's always.
Okay.
Always on the clothing. You're going to always have letters on your chest. When you earn them, that's who you become. Okay. So they had the letters on. The colors are blue and white for Zetas. So I was like, I remember, let me go have a conversation with them and see if the energy is the same, same as the other girl. She was wonderful. Have a conversation with them, and they were very welcoming, just very, very humble. Very laid back, kept that in mind, right? Time goes on again. I'm approached by the AKAs. So like we're having an informational, they didn't really have a lot of visibility on campus, just like the SG roles. So they would both go in their category of not having a lot of visibility on campus at that time. So I really didn't have a clear depiction, but I think some of the people that did represent them, we just didn't mesh well. They were the group of girls where if you joined that organization, you were deemed the pretty girl, right? And they sought me out because of the way I carried myself on campus. They want the heels and the buttoned up. They want they nice and clean. You know what I'm saying? That's right. So when they were like, "Hey, are you interested?" They assumed, she got to be right because look how. So
that's how you dress, heels, and you was clean.
I was clean back then. Yeah. So that's what they assumed that would be my interest, and I just really wasn't feeling it. So then finally, it was the SG Rose. They had informational, and they did it by way of a tea party. So I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool. I'm like, you get tea? I'm like, okay, still not really following the message. But when I left that informational, I called my homegirls in Tennessee that pledged, and I'm like, y'all's organization.
Hold on. So you said that informational. So walk me through it. They set up something on campus like they're recruiting, or they call it the informational, and it's like a tea party, like a little get together or something.
I'm not sure what tea represents in their organization and why it's a tea party, but you're right about what it is. And informational means, let me gather everybody here. We're all going to stand in front of nice poster boards, and we're going to tell you all the good stuff. You go first, I go second. But instead of being in one collective space, they had individual informationals. So when you were invited, you would go on separate occasions. That's how I ended up at the tea party.
Oh, okay. And do you actually have tea? They have tea?
They actually had tea. I felt crazy that day. I didn't know what was going on.
Okay.
Yeah, so they actually had tea. Really not sure how that is, because each organization has their own secrets, whatever that meant, I don't know. But they had the tea. Long story short, after the informational, it went well. I was really impressed with what they said, but I just did not connect with them. So I made my decision that I was going to play Zeta.
That's the high heels, the classy girls.
No, Zeta, the laid back, kick it, wild kids.
Oh,
actually, it's very opposite.
Okay, so hold on. So the Zeta, that was the ones when you said you was going to church and they rubbed you the wrong way?
That was the Deltas. The Zetas.
That was the Deltas.
Right. The Zetas are the ones that planted the original seed when I was
when you was upward bound. And
right.
What was the one that looked for the classy girls? What was they called?
Those were the AKAs.
The AKAs. I thought AKA was the dudes, but no, AKAs is sorority. Okay.
Sororities. And it's important that I draw that point out about them approaching me and asking me and seeking me out in some of those moments, because sometimes people assume that when these types of videos are made, when they hear people denouncing the letters or coming forward about their testimony, they assume that you was rejected. Like, the only reason Yadassah is, making this reference to her experience is because she was rejected. Absolutely not. Yadassah chose very carefully after being approached by these organizations. So I don't fall into that category. Also, people say things like, oh, she must have been hurt. They must have did something to her. I had the time of my life, and I did not ask for any of this. Later in the story, you'll hear how y'all showed me this. I didn't ask. So no, I did not have a bad experience in terms of the aftermath. Not talking about the things that led me into it, but the aftermath and the scarring that people say they had happened to them, maybe like fighting among each other in the sorority and stuff like that. That was not my story. So no, I was not rejected, and I'm not scarred from anything. That's not why I'm coming to you all and telling y'all what happened.
So the Zetas, the one you joined, is kind of like the thug. That's the thug bunch.
They was like a hybrid, because Zetas had some pretty girls in it. Zetas had some of the rough girls in it. It was a hybrid. It was one of those like, don't start nothing, it really won't be nothing. We're gonna keep it cool, but if it goes down to that, that's what it could be. So
this is such an interesting format, because as children leaving, if you got parents or leaving whatever to go to college, looking to belong somewhere, it's almost impossible that you won't belong. As you painting this, I'm like, how the only way that you wouldn't be joining something like this is if you were a loner or something, or you was like, I don't know, because most regular people would actually be drawn to one of these. And you said they're displaying it, right? You said the display is set up for you to be visible, right? For you to see, get your attention. And then, of course, wanting to belong, you could get a lot of the children that way.
Exactly, by design. That's what it's for. It's for you to see all the good works. They are the people that are helping you move in your dorm on day one. You'll see them in all their letters. They come forward as the help. You don't think anything of it. How would you? Because whatever was happening that was demonic, those things that were going on that shouldn't have been happening, it was in secrecy. So why would you suspect that these people that are helping me bring my stuff into my dorms?
So she says the dark things that go on with the organizations, and a lot of that stuff is hidden from the eyes of everyone. Now remember, these are children coming away from your parents, going to college. You're still young when you get to college, freshman. You're still a child, basically. After you graduate and grow up, that's right. So, and they're alone, and children want to fit in. And so they have all these presentations, and she says, like, they help you out and help you move in, and do you need something? And it's like it's a seducing. This is a seducing thing, and they're preying on the children at a vulnerable state that's being taken away, because everybody usually goes away to college or something, and they really don't have power. They don't have, unless you got rich parents, they don't have a lot of money, right? They don't. So this is it's very something that like will draw you. It's like it's like honey to flies. Like this is some serious witchcraft. All right. Laria said the RAs are the agents. I think. All right. So I got a part where I break down. I got it's another part of this. And after that part is finished, where I break down the Boule, then I'm gonna answer Matt Yaha's question. So if y'all can remind me after the part where I do the Boule, then I'll answer Matt Yaha's question. All right.
Remember the young lady that helped me on campus hopped out of her chair. Where do you need to go? Don't worry about it. I'll help you. Why would you assume?
That's a very interesting statement, Yadassah, because listen, guys, everybody, I am 1,000 years old, right? Sorry, right? I done been here a long time. I lived 10,000 lifetimes. Now, I've been through every part of the hood, every ghetto. I've been through all these states. I didn't live, I'm a multimillionaire, a drug dealer, everything. And I know none of this. So with all my street knowledge, culture, I could survive anything. I done been through the bellies of the worst of the worst of the worst and came out, right? With all that knowledge, street knowledge, all my knowledge of the cultures and all the different, I don't know, I didn't know none of this. So she's saying these secret things that they have, if you don't have access to all of it. Like now, a lot of stuff is plastered all over YouTube and stuff, but years ago, it wasn't like that.
No.
You see? So we're talking about, this is, guys, what y'all don't understand, to be careful broad brushing everybody, because it wasn't the internet days now. So now y'all could easily go on the internet and pull up this and pull up that and then try to go back in time and say like they had that access. They didn't have that access. It wasn't there. What I'm explaining in this part is the kids back then didn't have access to the internet like now, with the information about some of these, the Masons, the Freemasons, the Boule, the Greek, and the dark, because now certain stuff is on the internet, like we putting this out tonight. But back then, when Yadassah was in college, and back then when I would have went, the internet wasn't like that. So those kids didn't have access to know what they're getting into. You see what I mean? That's what I was talking about right there. All right? Not like today. All right. We wasn't even doing all that. It wasn't, right? So when she's telling me this, I'm visualizing myself and I'm like, it's crazy because I knew a lot of stuff and I didn't know none of this. So how would she know? She ain't lived the life I lived. Most people ain't been through all the stuff I've been through, all these places and hoods and all this. So if I would have been green,
right,
everybody gonna be green. I'm just keeping it 100. So go ahead, Yadassah.
So yeah, to that point, if it's interesting that in some of the comments that I would look at when I had saw a couple of people denounce their letters and they were coming forward and telling their testimonies, they kept making it a point to call those people rejects, when in all actuality, they want the coolest of the cool. They want the popular. They want the football players. They want the cheerleaders. They want your influence. Okay, so they want the people that are going to be able to drive that. Similarly to celebrities.
That makes sense.
Those people that are in Greek letter organizations, the people in our political Kamala.
That makes sense. They want to attract your energy, meaning for the popular, because I was one of those, right? So they would have been after me because I'm the dude on the campus with everybody. Like, so they want your influence because your quality is going to attract more people and going to make the organization look right. That makes a lot of sense. So if I get you down with me, then we got one up on the other, fraternity. Like, yeah, we got such and such. You know what I mean? Like, that makes sense.
It sends two types of messages. It sends the message of, if I have this person, like, man, look who we have on here. It also sends the message. Also, if this other person joined, how could it be wrong? You see the mind game there? That doesn't make sense. Elders are in this. It is older ladies in it, and they're coming, walking around with their Bibles, and they're coming to the process, and they're involved in it.
So they come on the campus?
Yeah.
So the older ladies, the elders come on campus?
Especially if there's an event, because of course, now that you become a part of the organization, it's time to go forward and do the good works, right? So the good works mean, okay, we're having a volunteer event, let's feed the homeless. So all of the Zetas come out and we gather together to go out and feed the homeless. That's what's attractive to someone that has no idea what lies behind it. But nobody reveals their hand. Nobody.
It's the secret society.
Correct. So if someone was to come up and ask me or anyone else within the organization at that time, like, hey, we heard that y'all pledge and haze people. Do y'all do that? We were scripted to say this is a non-hazing organization. No, of course not. Boldface lie.
Wow.
But we can't tell you that because you're not a part of the organization, right? But what you do see is my works. You see me feeding the homeless. You see me doing several things that would allude to the fact that she must be doing something great. She's nice. When I see her on campus, this is how it all begins in an 18-year-old's mind. When I see her on campus, she's nice to me. When I was lost, she helped me go where I needed to go. So I think this is the right, organization for me. And then you get brought into it. And it's not until you start going through your initiation process that you see the other side of it. And you're like, there's a decision to be made. People joke on those people who drop the process where they just say, I'm not doing this anymore. They call them all kinds of names. Of course, they persecute them. But
so that's interesting because you say that by the time they reel you in from the kindness and you say it's scripted for them to say, no, we don't haze and we don't do this. Don't show your left hand what your right hand doing, right? Then by the time you get to the point where you're going to start your initiation, you've already kind of been introduced and feel like a commonality, like you already feel. So now it's a real decision to make.
You're already groomed.
You're groomed. That's a good word. That's it's very indoctrinational. It's like, that's some serious witchcraft, because now remember, you're talking kids who need to belong to something. So now I can be ostracized. Now I can be, talked about. I can be an enemy to something, or and I'm already here. I'm already amongst, I don't want to do this thing. That's a big decision. You're right.
Big decision.
That's a very big decision for a child to make, because basically your children. See, society, when you get into college, you're still a child, guys. You still a child until after you graduated and move on and go through some serious raising children and, paying for bills. That's when you start to turn into an adult.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
That's very true. And when you think about it, there are two different views. There are people that come into the organization that come in under legacy. What that means is my mom was a Zeta. My mom's mom was a Zeta. If they were not that, they might have been in the D9 in some type of way. Maybe my aunt was a Delta. Either way, the expectation is on me to go to college and continue the legacy.
So they call that legacy.
Correct.
That's the title.
That's the
I remember
title.
you said that before.
Right.
So legacy is somebody that your family, so it's like you already grandfathered in, basically. So you want to continue. Yeah. The family.
Now imagine being a kid, the pressure's on for you to go and join an organization, and you don't even have an out because the pressure's on you, not just from what you're going to do on campus and how you're going to show up and if you make it through the process, because people die, okay, before they even get through. The hazing is so intense that people have died.
I was about to say, you said people die, and I'm like, from what? So hazing, what is hazing?
So, well, hold on, let me complete this piece and then I'll tell you. So with the legacy, the pressure is on from your family to continue it, to carry it out, because they don't want to break that generational curse is what it really is. But see, in their mind, they don't want to break that legacy, right? So the pressure's on, there. And then even if they chose when they came to campus and something clicked, if y'all got a hold of them and was like, don't, you still have to fight that legacy and decide what's going to happen.
Let me slow that down because you talk quick. She said, even if you get there and something click and the Most High got a hold to you, because you said it so fast, y'all got a hold to you. Some people don't even know what you just said that so fast, because, this probably can reach people who don't even know who y'all is.
Yeah.
So she says, so the Most High, God, get a hold of you. Now you still got pressure because of go ahead.
Yep. So you still have the pressure of, how do I say this to my mom?
So with the legacy thing, that's like a generational curse for those children. So that's what she was saying. She was saying, like, if you in there and you seeing and you don't like the hazing and you really don't, you seeing the dark stuff and you don't want to be a part of it. But if your parents want you to be a part of it because that's their fraternity or sorority or whatever, now they got the peer pressure from the parents, and it's like a generational curse thing. That's very, very interesting.
I mean, relationships are severed. Imagine, you know what I mean? Like, relationships are severed big time when you don't carry this out.
This legacy thing is very interesting, Yadassah, because just going to college alone, I've seen this in movies and stuff, because I don't have parents and I'm from the hood, right? But and this is most of regular Black America, because, people who got a mom or a dad or something like that, they want their children to go to college. So you see pressure of which college they be wanting the kids. You seen that pressure where they want you to go to the college they went to. Now, I've heard of that, but I never heard of this part you're talking about. Not only do I want you to go to the college I went to, I want you to pledge with you get it? Continue the legacy right? So if you are a doctor or a dentist, you want your child to continue the legacy, right? You want him to be a dentist. You want them, even though he might have his own path and career, but what happens? You have a pressure to want to please your parents, right? So you want to, so that's the big tear. And for a child, you want to please your parent. They're probably the one that helped you to get to the school or paying for it. They might be paying for your food on there. And you're like, I don't want to let my mom or my dad down. And she wants you to pledge Zeta because she was a Zeta. I'm okay, I'm catching up. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Yadassah. Or she wants you to pledge AKA. And you're like, but I don't like them, right? Or you might have had a spiritual conviction. You might have heard something or seen something. And like you said, now you're breaking a family tie. You can get cut off from them. Like she just said, family relationships strained because they're pledged. They made an allegiance, a covenant with this space that you might have seen as a child, found out something happened. You could have had a roommate who went through something bad and you realize it. Very interesting viewpoint. That's why I'm glad we're doing this, Yadassah. This was good because people need to see this side. Go ahead, Yadassah. Sorry.
But that's right though.
My Yaha, he said they will have you die of alcohol poisoning, drinking games. He said they actually have sex games too. They'll have sorority sisters have challenges like having them sex for different guys in the fraternities, random dudes at bars or university employees or professors. He says anything, it can be wilder than y'all think. I heard of the hazing stuff. Thank you guys for adding in your input for the stuff that you know. It said they will force you with challenges, pledges, and it could be anything.
It's more to the story. You know what I'm saying? So one of my really, really close friends, when I denounced my letters, I was like, hey, I called her and I'm like, I wanted to talk to you about something because she was in the sorority at the time. And I was like, I denounced my letters. And she was like, oh, okay. And I called her on FaceTime because I wanted to have this conversation in person, but she didn't live in the same state. And so she was like, well, why? And I was like, I just had this strong conviction that I wasn't supposed to do it. And then I keep getting all these videos popping up. It's like an exodus of people denouncing their letters all of a sudden.
Oh, for real?
Yes. Like you type it in and it goes crazy now. It's video, and it's just overwhelming how many people are walking.
Well, that's good.
In a good way. Yes.
And this is nowadays?
This is nowadays.
Okay.
Yes. And this is me telling her this in 2021.
Okay.
So I'm like, it's just overwhelming. And I came across this video and it was actually a Delta. And she was talking about her process, her ceremony. And I don't know what actually reeled me into it because it wasn't like I crossed Delta. So whatever it was, the Most High pulled.
What do you mean cross? What's that? You cross
So
Delta.
that's another little a play on words that'll come in the hazing, I'll tell you.
Okay. All right.
So that's definitely going to come up.
Okay.
So
Sister Roberta wrote hazing equals physical and psychological abuse. It can be as less dangerous as just them depriving you of sleep deprivation, or they can also place objects on you and also in you, somewhere in you, or more intense hazing like paddling, beating, taking hits and blows.
I was explaining it to her and I was saying, listen, I cannot do this anymore. And this is why I made the decision. And she was like, wait, you already did it. I was like, the conviction was that strong. It did not require a consultation. I didn't need to call anybody. I didn't need to run it by anybody. It was made incredibly plain to me. So she was like, I understand. And I'm like, so what do you think? She was like, I understand and I agree with you. We cannot serve two masters, and Greek gods are exactly what they are. I get it. Like it immediately clicked to her. She said, but listen, I don't know how I would break that to my parents. I'm legacy.
Wow,
and she's still
legacy. And she's still in it? Because she could, and she said, wow, you just dropped a bombshell. You're pledging to Greek gods.
Correct.
Woo, and they don't even know. Wow. And by the time you find out, you already like kind of. A lot of them don't know. See, they train you at the beginning and you really don't know what you're getting into. By the time they really sucked in, like they don't, but a lot don't know at the beginning. Indoctrinated in, yeah.
And
Wow.
this is why let's just talk about it and just be real, because there are people that like to play this game and they tell you before you join an organization, you should do your research. But research is surface level. That means, who are the founders? What did they do good in the community? How many people are in that organization? What principles do they stand on? You know, what are some of the things they do? What do they look like on campus? That's as deep as your research goes, right?
They call that research.
They call that research because remember, there was nothing for you to get. In today's age, the Most High has made it available for us to find things like ritual books and things like that online. But back in that day, even if it were available, why would I think in my mind to go find a ritual book? I've never even heard of that word.
You won't even know. I didn't even know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You don't know what you don't know, right?
Yeah.
So when they say go research, it's like I said, it's surface level, but researching and knowing the history of the organization, when they were founded and all the stuff you can Google, that's not the same as understanding the origins.
Right. You ain't getting the secrets.
You're not getting the origins. So if I literally came on this camera and I had on a pointy white hat with 2 circles cut out of my eyes, and I'm like, what? It's a fashion statement. I had lost my mind, and the public would chew me out because they know what that originated from.
Right.
You know that's the KKK, right?
Right.
So if I put that on, you would say, what are you doing? It doesn't matter if you think it's cute. You know where that started. So apply that to 18-year-olds that are looking at the surface level, but not the origins. It's the origins and what it's rooted in that's going to bring it full circle and let you understand how it's not of the Most High.
Wow. Let me do some 1, 2, 3. I don't know if it's going to pop. It cuts me out because I want to do a cut point. I'm going to take that little part and put in my little intro thing. I want to know where I can find it. And I don't got no timestamp right here, but I'll find it. That was good. That was really good. Your analogy of putting on that costume. And because now we know what that is, we know what it signifies, we know. But if you don't know, you don't know. And the brother Jonathan, he said, hazing is bacchanalian in nature, from the rites of Bacchus, the hazing. Thank you guys for adding in your stuff in the chat, because I don't know a lot of this stuff and I know other people don't. Ahana Yah said almost all the girls that I was friends with in high school joined sororities because that was the cool thing to do, and it feels like you're jeopardizing your social life if you don't. Yes, peer pressure. All right. Yes. Sister Roberta said the guys, in my opinion, usually got to prove how uber alpha male they are, usually taking wood, getting hit on the butt with wooden paddles. They can be getting jumped by other frat brothers on the campus, or another. So if caught and the word gets out, then the campus can feign ignorance, usually not done on campus, so that chapter don't get shut down and fined. Yeah, I've seen them do some crazy hazing stuff at college parties that we was coming to from the streets. And they be in a line and doing all that crazy stuff, all that dark stuff. They bank on the lack of knowledge. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. So they know you don't know. And then everything is hidden in secrecy. And it's not like nowadays. And that's where the problem lies. Exactly. Where new people come, and because you can go to Wikipedia and YouTube, now you want to do that and then paint that and go back in history and try to paint people's grandparents, right? You want to, not just to you, I'm saying anybody. That's a lack of scholarship, actually. It's very dangerous because you can't take a modern thing and then go back and try to paint history with this modern brush that you are gifted to have the tool, which you didn't have that tool 20 years ago. You wouldn't have that brush to go back now and try to paint everybody from back then and say, okay, what I'm talking about right now is right then, because me and Yadassah, we did this. This is over a year ago. She's been very patient. As I wait on the Most High, we did this over a year ago, and now he says, bring it. All right, all in his timing. At that time, that channel, Thoughts Camera Action, it was the time when he was attacking everybody. Remember, he put all these videos about hand signs, and he was saying, remember, he was attacking everybody, saying that they were fraternity, sorority, and like some people said, well, my mom was a whatever, a Mason, Eastern Star. Y'all know some of our parents was part of the, but they really don't know the fullness of, like, it's levels to it. So what I was explaining right there was I was talking to him, but I didn't put the video out then. This is when he was going all crazy, putting out all these videos saying everybody. That's where the hand signs. That's why I started off. When I started off, I said, I got a hand sign for anybody. I'm going to talk with my, like, and that's why I said he didn't come after me. I'm glad he didn't, because it would have been on. Y'all know I don't play no games, right? So he was attacking all type of people, calling everybody Masons because they talk. I'm like, I talk with my hands. I also smack with my hands. I won't smack nobody, but I'm from New York. We talk with our hands. You heard? I get down with these. These mine. That's why I said at the beginning, these my hands. I am not about to sit up there, because at first I was trying, like, okay, I got to stop. Y'all remember people used to come, what are you doing with your hands? I'm like, here, I got a hand sign for you. You lucky I can't put it up. I got a hand sign from the hood. All right. Now, that's what I'm talking about. So just to give context, because if this video would have went out right back then, the people in the awakening would have knew, because it was a big thing. He was attacking everybody for the hand. Now he's on some whole, but I got a separate video coming. All right. But anyway, that's what that was about. Oh, they had to know this, and they knew this because you know something that you just found out on Instagram. You found out on YouTube or Google when there was no Instagram, YouTube, or Google. See, you have to understand that's what the difference between some of the youth with this. That's why you need elders. There was a time there was no Google, guys. So you got to understand that. We come from. That is funny. That is showing my age, and that. Guys, there was a time for you guys, there was no Google. There was no such thing as Google. The only Google we knew was Google Gaga. Right? That's all we knew from a baby. Google Gaga. Somebody say Google, you're like, Google Gaga? What do you mean Google? What was that? There was no internet. There was a time, guys, there was not an internet. There was a time when there was something called the World Wide Web. That lets you know the foundation, the root, web, right? It was y'all remember America Online, AOL? We used to have the thing, guys, where it take you 20 minutes to log on online. You guys sit there and the thing go, it make a noise through the phone. It came through your phone. You'll be sitting there for 20, 30 minutes trying to wait for it to turn on. And it was all fuzzy. There was a time when there was no internet. There was no cell phones, no smartphones. There was a time we didn't even have phones. We had pay phones on the street. You understand? We didn't have a cell phone at all. There was a time we didn't even have beepers. There was a time we had chirp phones, beep, chirp, Nextels. But before that, we had no beepers, no cell phone. You had to go to a phone booth. You had to find a phone booth, and phone booths were dangerous because you can get killed at a phone booth. They'd be smelling like piss. And it'd be broken, and it used to cost a dime at one time. You put a dime in there, then it got up to a quarter and stuff. Man, you got a dime, you got a quarter. I got to make a call, right? And we used to have to remember phone numbers. You understand? We remembered everybody's phone number by heart. I'm talking about 30 people's phone numbers. Your mom, your dad, your cousin, your brother, girls try to kick it to. You remember everybody's phone number. See how they dumb us down now? We had to remember it by heart. All right. So just letting you know, us dinosaurs. I'm just joking. Us elders. There was a time. And so that's what I was talking about in this part. because I was speaking out against, that's when Thoughts Camera Action was doing. I'm like, you cannot take today's technology and then try to place it on these older people who parents were in sororities, fraternity, and thinking that they knew it. They didn't have these research. There was no Wikipedia. There was no Google. There was no, you would, like somebody said, you would have to go to the library. I think Maya said you would have to go to the library and get the Dewey Decimal System. They had cars. They didn't have computers. You had to look. You had to go. Remember, they had to pull out drawers. You would pull a little drawer out and it had little index cards with writing on it. And you gotta look for a book and then go find it. Okay. All right. So that's what I was talking about. All right. Time there was no internet. Hello. Y'all, most of y'all were babies, so be very careful what you're doing, because you're harming people and painting people with a broad brush, and that's a misjudge of character. It's okay, just so y'all know, I'm talking to him now, but I took his name out of the videos. When I edited this, I just took him out because now it's a year something later. But if I would have left all this in, I'm actually talking to him for what he was doing back then. It was really wicked. You know, he was attacking people and making all these videos against people and making them saying that they this and it wasn't righteous. All right, it just wasn't righteous. Hold on, somebody said, "Yep, encyclopedia, not Wikipedia." Remember that? Somebody else says something. Somebody came in. Writer 23, Charleon, Writer 23. All right, so let me continue. Bearing false witness. This is scriptural. The Most High speaks out against that. So we have to be very careful. So even when the Most High calls you to call out something, be very careful to broadly do anything with a broad brush. Just be very careful, everyone. Mm-hmm. All right. So you could continue, that's a great segment.
So just picking up from there, again, people don't know the origins. So I can understand some people with the right intentions. They're trying to sound the alarm for those folks that are pursuing it right now that do have that access. But be careful with assuming that everybody that came before them is aware that we're all just wolves out here and we know, and we're intentionally bringing you in. The secret to the secret society is that the people within the society don't even know the secret.
That's the secret. Hello. That's hold up. That was a bar. If that wasn't a bar, I ain't never heard a bar. She said the secret to the secret society is that the people that's in the society don't know the secret. That was a bar. If I ain't never, that sounds like something I would say, right? That sounds like one of my bars. I'll be dropping some bombs like that. The secret to the secret society is that some of the people in the society don't know the secret. That's what I'm talking about. That's that part right there. Mic drop right there. That's the whole thing. The funny thing, Yadassah, is because we're talking about this subject and everything, and I'm like conscious, it's the fun. Everywhere I put my hands, I don't know what that is, right? So I'm going like this, and I'm like, does that mean something? Then I go like this, and I'm like, do that mean? So I keep going like this, right? See the slavery in that, the confinement. Mm-hmm. That as you're talking, I sit here and I go like this, and then I might go like this. I'm like, oh man, what is that? I don't know what this means. I don't know what that means. I don't know what this means. Come on, guys, stop it. At some point, then be a slave. Then that means you are manipulated. You are a victim to whatever it is they indoctrinated. When I don't even know who they are, what they doing, I could care less. That's why I said I'm not going to do that. But out of respect for this video, because I just did like this. Yeah. And they wasn't that supposed to be. See, I just see it. I just did like that, and they'll stop. That's what they was doing back then. They will stop the video frame. You see, he just did this sign or whatever that is. That's why I was, Taj, they didn't attack me. I thought they was coming, Taj. It was about to be on and popping. That's why I said, I was asking y'all, if if you could just give me a pass on this one, because if they come, could you just let me take take something and take numbers? Right? I was ready, Todd. I'm like, let them come. They ain't come. They ain't say, left me right on alone with attacking everything all around me. And then what's the dude, the football player dude? What's his name? The gematria dude, the NFL player.
Larry Johnson.
Larry Johnson. And then the NFL player, Larry Johnson, he told Thoughts Camera Action back then, he said, what about Uncle Yeshua? See, people told me they told me, because they be on, when TCA's channel was big and all that, they was like, Unc, they called you out. Larry Johnson said you, and TCA said, well, he a little older. I don't think he's such Larry Johnson, but I don't give a crap about you playing no football. You heard? I don't care about no football. You play it, don't mess, you boy. And then that's when I went to the comments. I went into the channel, to his channel, right? That's when he had 100,000 subscribers and all that. And I went there, and I'm in the live chat like y'all are, right? But I didn't say nothing yet, right? I didn't show that I'm there yet. So I'm observing, right? I'm there, I'm in the live, I'm watching the live chat. I ain't say nothing. And I seen somebody, so they doing the witch hunt, right? They talking about everybody, and somebody in the live chat said, what about Uncle Yeshua? He always do this, and he just, and I, boy, I got triggered, Taj. That was like, it reminded me of somebody in the hood, like somebody talking about you, messing. Oh, you don't call for me. I'm not the one. I am not part of this Christianity. I'm not a church folk. I'm rough around the edges. The Most High woke me up from jail and prison, and he did not soften me. So I'm battling, right? So I'm sitting there like, look, oh, I lost my mind. I'm sitting there lip jumping. You know, once that lip start jumping, I got that thing. My lip start jumping, it's a wrap. I'm like this. And I was like, I wanted to see it. I was waiting for them. I wait for him to say something. I wait for everybody in the chat to, yeah, what about Uncle? He ignored it. And the dude said, what about, and then everybody, and I look, and it's 1,000 people on the live. And I'm looking, and everybody act like, and he said, oh, so nobody gonna say nothing? And nobody said nothing. I didn't even have to do nothing, Taj. I sat back and I laughed. I said, oh, everybody in that live, I don't think nobody wanted to smoke. I was like, okay, I didn't have to say nothing. And then I remember I wrote down that dude's name. You know, somebody comment. I'm like, if I ever see you come in somebody's chat, I didn't have to say nothing. And then later, after that, I wrote something in the chat, and I said, Uncle Yeshua here, such and such. I just said Shalom. I think I just wrote Shalom. That's before we knew Shalom. Shalom. And I'm like, but yeah. So it was what I'm saying in this part is because that was the time where they was attacking if you talk with you. Like I couldn't, so I used to try to teach the word, and I'm like, I'm trying to hold my hands, and and it's like stifling my spirit, my rayak, because I see like I'm doing now. I speak with my hands. I'm very expressive. It's emotion. It's my temple, my whole body. What the scripture says? Every member of your body, your temple, not one is greater or least than the other. It takes each finger, each hand, each everything. So you're not going to make me stifle something because some because some devils do something. I don't give a crap what these devils do. That means you become that means you are lower than them. That means the devil's a lie. All right. So anyway, just explaining, that's what this rant part is right there. All right. Anyone? See? I said, out of respect for this video, and then, oh, we got him. He just did like that, and he's making a. See, come on, guys. That's when you get stupid,
Right.
Honestly. So we're trying to do an educated, a very well thought out, life experienced video lesson. See, I can't talk about it if I didn't experience it. Yadassah lived it. So she's breaking it down, and that's why I stop her and say, what is this, and what is that, and what is that? So now we can have some understanding. If you can't do that, then be very careful who you painting something on. And I'm not about to sit up here and as I talk, I got to worry about everything I'm doing with my hands. I'm going to try every time she's talking, I'm going to try to go like this so they don't, I'm not doing, because I don't know what does this mean? That meant the right hand is, the one right hand is outside of the left and the left is tucked under. And I mean, come on, man. Since when, come on, stop it. That's stupid stuff. I'm not doing that, especially me. All right, so sorry, Yadassah. I had to point it out because I found myself keep going like this. I'm like, I don't know. Everything I do, at some point, what can you do? Be in a straitjacket? See? All right, go ahead, Yadassah. Sorry.
Nope, you're good.
Shout out to Leon Brown over there on Facebook from New York City.
And that's a good point. You know, it's no need to be.
Sorry, I said Leon Brown. Leon Newman. I see Dewan Brown and Leon. I mixed the two names. Shout out to Leon Newman from New York City. Shout out to Leon.
A slave to it. At this point, we don't, there are people gesturing with their hands and they are literally positioning themselves comfortably and they don't know. So no, it's not fair. It's not a correct accusation to assume everybody has an affiliation because that's simply not true. Right. But when it also comes to the research, I just want everybody to take a minute for anybody that's Greek that's watching this, is still currently in the organization. Because the first thing that happens when a person is trying to tell you that you may have made the wrong decision, your pride buffs up. This is my organization. I know, I love it. I pledged it. I live it. I sweat it. These are the words you say, right? In this chants. So they mean that, right? So they get offended by it. And I'm putting that out there because I want to confess that I did not do the proper research. I didn't know to do it. And the fact that so many people have been a victim of going into these organizations, what I would consider blind, it really all stems from us claiming to be Christians, right? Remember, in the beginning, I was going to Christian Bible study meetings, but evidently it wasn't penetrating because I wasn't able to take what I was learning and parallel that with scripture to identify that I had made the wrong choice or that I was even walking into darkness. So for people that are in the organizations right now at this time, be honest with yourself. If you claim that you are a believer of the Most High, did you take the time out when you researched to parallel what you were learning up against the word? Fast forward, after you pledge, now hearing a video like this and us telling you, hey, it's out there, the ritual handbooks, everything is now made public for people to go find, literally a Google search away. I challenge you to take the ritual book and parallel it up against scripture. And if you feel that the Most High is still guiding you to stay in it, you might want to submit to a leader that can really break that down for you. But I said all that to say, in a nutshell, I had to confess that I did not do what I was supposed to do. And there's so many where I came from, but people are quick to buff up and tell you that we did our research and it's not like that and it's not demonic. You're not grounded enough. You didn't start with the foundations. You start with light and you then can identify dark. You don't go into darkness and think you can identify what else is light around you. You're in darkness now. Okay, so you would have to then take a step back and want that. Just send it up in prayer. Don't take my word for it. Send it up in prayer. What is this girl talking about? Make it plain. And whether it happens for you right away or if it happens for you a year from now, if you're graced to be able to do that, I just urge everybody, if you are a believer, because see, it's different people out there. Some people are not even believers of the Most High. So this message may not penetrate because we're seeking to get to the people that want salvation. We're not looking for the people that are attached to elitism, that want to be elite and cool. We're looking for people that want to be righteous. So it's a difference. And it's incredibly important that you just keep it real with yourself, because I know it's so many more where I came from. I refuse to believe that the average person that claims to be a believer sat down, got the word out, took it up to Yah. He sent the witnesses and you walk forward and thought that that was exactly what he wanted you to do.
Very good point. Good word. Go ahead, Yadassah. Go ahead. Shout out to Kentucky in Louisville. Put one up, lick 2 shots for Louisville, Yasha. Very, very good point. So she pointed out for this video, for those of you who don't believe in the Most High or might be Kemet, Mitzrayim, conscious community that believe you Egypt, right? Because y'all got the Book of the Dead, y'all got all that will align, right? So again, we're not called, this is not for those who don't believe in the Most High. This is what she's saying. She's saying this video is for those who believe in the Most High and who is trying to live according to the laws of the Most High. You'll find this as unlawful. This Greek fraternity, this Greek life stuff. You'll find it doesn't align with the laws of the Most High. But if you atheist, if you believe you Kemet, Egyptian, or if you believe you some other esoteric whatever, then you got a bunch of gods anyway. You probably, so you can find with the Greek gods. Now, one say, I'm sorry, I'm watching Here I am talking in the third. Sorry, guys. Well, it's funny. I'm watching me, and see what I just did. That's how I talk when I'm looking at my phone. When I'm watching the videos back, I'll be like, "Go ahead, Unc." Just so y'all know, Unc is my favorite minister. I love him. He's ridiculous. He be stupid. He be funny. He be dropping bombs. So y'all just experience it. That's what I actually do. So don't think I'm like, oh, he's talking to himself in the third person. I do. I watch Unc. Unc is my favorite. I'm not always Unc. Once I'm in ministry and the rag speaking through, that's Unc. once I leave there, I'm me, right? I'm still righteous and all that, but I'm just saying. So anyway, now I just missed the point I was gonna make because I was laughing at what he just said. All right. Somebody wrote something. I wanted to. Oh, Yadassah said, "Are y'all there? Are you there?" Okay, she said that because since she's from Kentucky, where Darby is from, that's why I be saying that to her. Sometimes she need a ministry call or something, right? Because I do ministry call on ministry, and I'll be like, "Are you there? Are you there? Are you there?" All right. So anyway, all right. Praise y'all. Interesting thing you said, Yadassah, because you live this, so you're already immersed in the language and the ideology and the tongue. So you'll say something and I'll be like, huh? Right? You literally said, for all those who out there who are Greek, and you just kept going. And I'm like, they Greek?
Yeah.
That blow my mind. See, when you live in it or immersed, that goes right over your head. You literally, what do you mean you Greek? Exactly. This is the funny part. A Greek person who's actually Greek from Greece, right? Who's a descendant of the Greeks. They will look at you with your black face, right? So-called black. Talk about if those who Greek, they'd be like, you ain't Greek. I don't give a crap. That's so funny, guys. Listen to how this is. It's literally like a white person on the screen talking to other white people, and they say, if you black, but they're talking to the white people. They're like, I know y'all that are still black, right? But I'm talking to those that are still black, and they white, and you be like, huh? You got the whole Scooby-Doo going on. What do you mean they black? You ain't never been black. You can't be black because you pledged or something. Guys, you can't be Greek. That is a people. That is hilarious. When you said it and it just flew, you was like, and for those that still Greek, I had to write it down. I'm Greek. Like I said, these people think they Greek.
And we're out here telling people
crazy.
We have a whole series going on in the assembly, battling identity for Israelites, right? And we have a whole different batch of people that identify as Greek. Okay? We got two different populations going on out here, so they know the count. They know when I say if you consider yourself Greek, and I think for someone that is in the truth, that's seeking it, these things are red flags to you. So as I'm talking, you're like, wait, you said people that are Greek. It's like, wait. Let's put a pin in that. That's why. And they don't even see it. I didn't think it was anything wrong with it, but neither did our ancestors, because they always wanted to assimilate.
With something. Because their identity was stolen. Yes.
Right.
It's a trauma. Let me get there. I'm glad Roberta put that. Yamala said, it's lost its appeal to me when the Deltas stapled a girl's ear who was pledging. They lost their charter at Central State. Laria said, Kamala turned black. She did. Now, Sister Roberta said many of the ancient Greeks were black and they had blacks fight in their wars for them in Rome. All right. So now, y'all know I already be breaking that down and showing receipts. Some of the original Romans were black. They were black Greeks. Our ancestors became Hellenized. That's Greek. In the scripture, the Hebrews, Paul, Shia, all of them went to Rome, Ephesus, Corinth. The northern kingdom got Hellenized. Some of the southern kingdom too, tribe of Judah, they become Greek. So yes, but the original Greek culture it was no white then, right? But it's not the natural branch, not the original. But some of our ancestors did become Hellenized, right? Like they thought Paul, Shaya was that Egyptian, right? They thought he was so Roman too. Now, in Greek is a place, Greece. So some of our ancestors, so-called black, as we traveled, some was born there. So they would actually be Greek. You see what I mean? In the sense of claiming the birthright of the land that you were born in. But it is a culture. It is a culture of a people, a descendant bloodline. And they are adverse. They were our enslavers. The biggest enslavers of our people, of them all. And they still, listen clearly, got the children enslaved in their mind. They got them pledging to the Greek gods. They got them branding themselves and calling themselves, wearing these letters and these images. I'm about to break it down in a minute. About to get funkier. Y'all know, Unc, I'm gonna bring some, I'm bring some fruit. You know how I am, right? So again, yes, but the original Greek is not our people. Not, okay, so I needed to explain that. Because remember, our people went through all lands, all right? The original Irish is the original Spain, Portugal, like all of Europe, all of that. Jacobites when you go back, okay? But when you go back to the original seed, it is not natural branch. It is, it's like, it's not even Hamite. So it's not Ham, it's a Japhetic. There you go. It's a Japhetic people. They are descendants of Japhet. They're not Shem. They're not Shamatic. Shamayatic. All right.
Continues in different facets. So we always wanted a king.
And we always assimilate to our slave master.
Absolutely.
Who enslaved us? Hello, Greco-Roman. Hello, do your history. So it makes sense that they want to assimilate with the slave master, the Greek. Wow, that's really, really amazing. Okay, so let me see. And guys, this is spiritual warfare. This is generational curses. It even have people today in the awakening and Christian. Guess where they want to go? Taj know. Well, a lot of y'all know. What they tell you to show them, to try to show themselves approved and show themselves studious. What they say? Let's go to the Greek, right? They kill me with that crap. Oh, we're gonna go to the Greek. What the? I almost said the H-E-L-L word. I almost said, what in the Hades is you going to some doggone Greek for? That's literally saying, let's go to the slave master who took our language, took our book, rewrote, put their likeness in, and these idiots trying to study, trying to show their election, trying to show that, wait, let's go to the Greek. What the? Can I just say hell one time? Hell is a place. What in the hell is wrong with people? Oh, let's go to the Greek. Where you going to to Greek for? You might as well say, let's go to the Roman. Let's go to the. It's like, let's go to the devil. That's what. I'm sorry, no disrespect to any Greek people. They got their own culture. I'm talking about for us and our manuscript, our holy scripture. Let's go to the Greek. And you know, they think, yo, Maya, they think they wise. They talk about a little bit Septuagint. I don't give a crap. Septuagint? What? Y'all done lost your mind. The only reason why we use King James Bible is because King James was an original black man, him and Tinsdale. And they tried to rewrite the Bible as best they could for the scattered children. That was for us. That's the only reason why we do King James. It's one of the best of the worst, right? It still got things added to and taken away, but that's the Bible. It's not to be taking everything literal anyway. You got to decipher. So you got to study to show yourself approved. But we use that. We don't use all the other because they take stuff out. It's the best, and that's why one of our ancestors. And no, he wasn't no non-male and female created. He, them. He wasn't. No, he was the greatest king of the whole entire Middle Age region, what they call the Dark Ages, because the darkies ruled all of Europe. You heard? He was a king of Scotland and Ireland and Britain and all of it. He was and had one wife and a bunch of kids, and at the Stuart line, they wrote lies on him. Shout out to our ancestor. He did the best he can. So that's why we use our ancestor, King Yaakov. Okay, that's why they are called the Jacobites. That's Yaakov in Habarayah. Ites is Israelites. Jacob, the Most High changed his name to Israel. I'm just speaking in English. Changed Jacob to Israel. They were ites, the Israelites. So when you take Jacob, when you got Jacobites, that's Israelites, literally. He changed his name from Yaakov, that's Hebrew, Habarayah for Jacob, to Yasharah. And they are his children, his descendants became the Yasharalites. So when you see the transliterated English for you breaking down these Jacobite errors from the 16, 15, 13, 14, 15, 16, 1700s, the kings before Oliver Cromwell and all them did before the white monarchy took over and enslaved our ancestors, that's the Dark Ages. You heard? And they just trying to fool y'all talking about it was just dark because they didn't have no knowledge. Yeah, they didn't have no knowledge. We brought civilization, righteousness, agriculture, all the industrial, all of it to it. Us and the Moors. All right? The Habarayas, those who know who they are. And the Moors are Arab. The Moors are mostly, some of them are Ham, but they're mostly Ishmaelite. They're still Shemitic. All right? Us and the Moors. All right. So anyway, y'all know I got lessons on that, but I just need to break some of that down. All right. Check my thing, because I'm going to go down. I'm going to get to the hazing part, but let me go down this line. You already did legacy, what it means to be legacy. Some of the things. Yeah, good word, Roberta. We was royalty twice over and thrice now. We be 3-4 times over. Remember from the initiation process.
Okay, so we can go ahead and tackle that one.
Okay.
Okay, so this is going to come into the crossing and all the questions that you had originally.
Okay, and the hazing and stuff. All right, perfect. Yeah. That's perfect.
Walk us right into it. So I do want to preface this commentary next by saying that there are certain people that came through an organization and they did not pledge. Pledging means that you went through a hazing process. Hazing could be mental, hazing could be physical. It really all depends. So when you were saying.
But not everybody has to pledge?
Not everybody has to pledge, and this is going to get real good. This is when you're going to be like, say what? Okay. Not everybody has to pledge, because you can choose to take what they would call the paper route, meaning you signed off on the paperwork and said that I want these letters, or you can go through the pledging process. For those people that did decide that they were going to go into a graduate chapter, which means that you graduated from college and got a bachelor's, but you went to higher education, right? And you pursued it at that time. Sometimes in graduate chapters, you're not required to do all the stuff the young chapters are doing, the wild hazing and sending you out late at night, all the silly ritualistic stuff that is done in undergraduate school. You're not required to do it. So one of the comments that I kept seeing come up is that some of the elders that crossed in graduate school, they kept saying things like, I'm in grad chapter and we didn't have to do all that. And this is them refuting the fact that they didn't go through a process. So it means they're good. But I want everybody to understand, whether you have the luxury of not being pledged and you signed the paper, and then those that were pledged and then they signed the paper, the covenant was made.
Mm-hmm.
So this isn't about me, my experience, as people love to say, well, that's what she did. That's what happened with her chapter. That's what took place with her.
Mm-hmm.
One thing took place with all of us. All of us took an oath.
Mm.
So I just wanted to be clear, because I can sense and feel when people want to come forward and they'll be trolling in the commentary, trying to deter people.
Mm.
And I don't want to take that angle. Understand that we're not talking about the physical components. We're not really talking about some of the horrible things you may have went through. When you got in there and they said, repeat after me, when you signed that oath, when you started branding yourself with those letters, when you started doing things in the name of Zeta Phi Beta or whatever organization you was in and left the name of the Most High, that's what I'm talking about.
This mysterious society of elite Negroes, just who this group is, has actually evaded us all. Who are they, and what exactly is their purpose? When speaking of this group, the most essential element to understand is actually their identity. This is the society known as the Boule. This is the introduction. Y'all know, y'all know I ain't gonna just, y'all know I'm gonna bring the pain. That's the Boule, right? This the foundation that was used against our ancestors. These people, this class of so-called Black people called the Boule. Listen, this is a predominantly Black fraternity. But unlike most fraternities, this one's not collegiate. See that? The Grecian Sphinx, the symbol of the Boule. Y'all see that symbol? Look what's on LeBron's chest. You see? All right? So I said, not like the other fraternities, the Boule ain't just collegiate. They look beyond collegiate. They're looking for status, wealth, money, skill set, because there's an agenda to control. You see, he got it big on his chest like all outdoors. You heard? Y'all know Uncle don't play. Let go. Becoming a member of this fraternity is dependent upon several qualifications. Among the most important one is excellence of performance of one's skill set. There are only 5,000 members of Sigma Phi Phi, otherwise known as the Boule, Sigma Pi Phi. Since the inception of this fraternity in 1904, several dozen of the most well-known so-called Black figures of the past century were and continue to be members. It is considered a great honor to be an archon of the Boule. Members range from W.E.B. Du Bois to Colin Powell, and from Kwame Mfume to Martin Luther King Jr. Yeah, contrary to public opinion, the purpose for this group, however, is perversely dark. The miseducation of the Black Negro is more than just a book by Carter G. Woodson. It has been a philosophy of American colonial slavery until this very day. And an essential part of this philosophy is using so-called classically educated Negroes as sheep herders for the Black masses, Carter G. Woodson being a prime example of this, who has been labeled by the powers that be the father of African American history. Woodson obtained his PhD from Harvard University in 1912, where he and W.E.B. Du Bois were the only two black men to achieve this at the time. And at that same time, both of these men would become members of the Boule. Sellouts. You would think that by reading Carter G. Woodson's blackety black books and his African-centric writings, that he would have been considered too radical and too dangerous to his white suitors. But that wasn't the case, y'all. If his white handlers did not co-sign him, the Carter G. Woodson's name would have never seen the eyes of the public. The blacks of the day, they were against him. They call him the father of African American history statues. But guess who was behind him? Him, W.E.B. Du Bois, the Boule. Guess who behind them? You see them on the screen? Guess what nationality they are? You take a guess. All right? Picked and chosen who they're going to promote and put in these positions. Still controlled puppets. The gatekeepers, as Roberta said. All right? They saw his mixture of American blacks with the African culture as a contamination of our actual history. So our ancestors at the time wasn't really rocking with Carter Woodson and W.B. Du Bois, these boule, uppity, bougie, fraternal Greek devils. This right here is a part of our ancestors' book. It says, in the study of language in school, pupils were made to scoff at the Negro dialect as some peculiar possession of the Negro, which they should despise. See, this is old writings. This is back when we were Negro. Before African American, before color, before, y'all know how they keep, when we first got here, we was Hebrews. Literally Hebrews, right? But y'all gotta understand where Negro come from. Yeah, they later try to teach us, I thought so too, that it was a byword or a proverb and a curse, but it's actually a bloodline. It's actually a place. Negro land in Africa, and also Yaya Negro. This is a bloodline from our ancestors, all right? And the Niger, where they get the Igor word from. Okay, this is scriptural. This is actually our history. They take our stuff and make it into a curse to get us to curse ourselves. It ain't a bad word. So it says, in the study of language in school, pupils were made to scoff at the Negro dialect as some peculiar possession of the Negro, which they should despise. So what these writers is talking about, this is back then in Carter Woodson and W. Du Bois, these boule uppities shunning the black so-called American that came over back then, even on slave ships and those who wasn't on slave ships and stuff. We had dialects, right, that we create amongst ourselves. Like right now, we create slangs and dialects and ebonics and stuff. So they was trying to indoctrinate and say that the so-called blacks, what they call Negroes, when they would speak, they would shun it and say, like, they would disrespect it. Okay, that's what this is saying. It says they would scoff. See, they would make jokes and laugh at the Negro dialect, how we would speak. And they called it some peculiar possession of the Negro, the black, which they wanted us to despise rather than directed to study the background of this language. See, they would take us despise what we create rather than going to see where did this come from, because it was mixtures of us coming from different lands and places and mixing dialect as we make languages. So he says, rather than have us study the background of the language, this is back this back in the 30s and 20s and 40s and stuff where they this is written from, right? It says, rather than directed to study the background of the language as a broken down African tongue, a mixture broken down as we be creating stuff like we create music and jazz and rock and roll and hip hop and country and soul music. Oh yeah, we create things. You heard? It says, in short, to understand their own linguistic history. So telling our ancestors, our people back then, y'all ain't got no language, y'all ain't got none, and having us not learn to find out where we get this stuff from. So they'll tell you you don't have to understand your own linguistic history, which is certainly more important for us. That's what he said, than to study the French phonetics or historical Spanish grammar, right? Ain't that what they tell you to study in school, right? French, Spanish, okay? It says, too, the African language, as much no attention was given, except in the case of the, all right, so that's there because this was Carter Woodson and W.B. Du Bois, these bougie boules, right, was working. Now, this is I'm going somewhere. This is a conditioning, a plot to create, to dumb down and to break down and control the Negroes, the blacks from back then, all right? And there's puppet masters behind it. And these gatekeepers, he's talking about he's the father of African-American history. All right, so that's what, here we go. I would think that by reading Carter G. Woodson's Black books and his African-centric writings, that he would have been considered too radical and too dangerous to his white suitors. But that wasn't the case, y'all. If his white handlers did not co-sign him, the Carter G. Woodson's name would have never seen the eyes of the public. The blacks of the day, they were against him. They saw his mixture of American blacks with the African culture as a contamination of our actual history. And they were going against them. Carter, he sought funding, black funding, in order to continue his works and to establishing his agenda into a Negro-centered historical foundation. The miseducation. But unable to get the funding, he then turned to the Serpent Seed, the actual perpetrators of Negro miseducation, for his financial backing. The Carnegie Foundation, the Wish People. The Rockefeller Foundation, the Wish People. And the Julius Rosenwald Foundation, the Wish People. That's what they don't teach y'all. The Boule, W.B. Du Bois, Carter G. Woodson. He tried to go to the African American, tried to get the money in the community, but our ancestors didn't want to hear, erase and listen, the Black American identity. He was saying they was doing the we don't gotta culture. They were playing that now. No disrespect to Africa and Africans. But this, what's happening right now, with the foundational Black American stuff right now, was happening back. Nobody knows it was happening back when our ancestors back then in the 40s and the 30s too. So Carter G. Woodson and they were saying we don't do no black. It's all African. Saying they want to take the Black American culture and then make it African, but we'll strip our accomplishments here. It will strip our self-identity here, the culture. We've been here for 500 years. See, back then they was already there for 200, 300 something years. Yeah, history rhymes. It might not always repeat itself, but it sure enough rhymes. It's straight cyclical. What goes around, come on back around. You heard? Now, most people don't know that this existed. So the so-called blacks of the day, they wasn't with them, W.B. Du Bois. And they wasn't with you trying to take our Black American culture, because we have a culture, we have food, we have songs, we have things, and they try to strip it and say, give it to Africa and say everything is Africa, but Africa got their own culture. You see what I mean? No disrespect to my African brothers and sisters, but they got their own culture. They got their own Yoruba. They got their own Bantu. They got their own villages. They got their own cities. They got their own countries. They got their own continent. They got their own dialects. They got thousands of languages. That's like going to Africa and telling someone in Ghana, in this part of West Ghana, that they can't have a language, right? Taking this village's language away and say, you can't have a language, and taking Nigeria and the Congo and this one, the Benin, and all, they got thousands of languages. But they wanted to strip the so-called Black American because they was being puppeteered. W.E.B. Du Bois and this Carter Woodson and all that stuff. All right. I'm showing y'all something. All right? Let me just go back just a little bit. Hopefully it don't go too far. There we go. So our people saw this mixture of mixing the American Black with the African thing, and then they was just making it all African, where we would lose our identity, our own culture. Nah, they trying to do it now too. Wrong. The funny thing is, those dudes was tethers. W.E.B. Du Bois ain't even foundation. Y'all know it's new words. I'm using the words of the day. Ain't even foundational. Okay? No disrespect to people who come from where they come from. You don't see nobody trying to strip the Haitian, so-called Black Haitian, from their culture. You don't see them trying to strip the Jamaican from their culture. The Grenadian, the Bahamas, everybody but the Black American, we can't have. The devil's a lie. I ain't having it. Sorry. I'm glad so-called Black American wake up, snap up out of it, get on coal, and understand that these Boule and all these selling us out. Shaq, Shaquille, Steve Harvey, what's his name? The little rap comedian dude, D.L. Hughley, and the other one, Ricky Smiley, Ricky Criley, and all these Boule. What are they? Fraternity members. Right? And they trying to tell you to vote for Kamala, another. She want to be Black now. Yeah. What I'm showing y'all now, W.E.B. Du Bois and this Carter G. Woodson and all of them, these were the Steve Harveys, the D.L. Hughleys of that day. None new under the sun. History rhymes. You see? All right, yeah. Ooh, you know I got them in there. All right, let's go. American Blacks with the African culture as a contamination of our actual history. And they were going against them. Carter, he sought funding, Black funding, in order to continue his works and to establishing his agenda into a Negro-centered historical foundation. The miseducation. But unable to get the funding, he then turned to the serpent seed, the actual perpetrators of Negro miseducation, for his financial backing, the Carnegie Foundation. He got his money. This is who they call the father of African American history. He got his money from the Carnegie Foundation, the Wish people. Yes, one true sky. Caribbeans are American. I broke that down in my, you don't be catching a lot of our lessons. I broke that whole thing down on the other one that is actually North America. Now they don't claim it, right? They now they're saying it, but right, so they're actually American. But you have United States Americans who have a culture and identity just like those in the Caribbean do, just like those in the UK do, just like those in Spain do, just like those in Costa Rica do, just like those in South America do, Brazil do. But they're trying to strip ours from us and say we have none. And we do. We have a rich, strong culture. And now I'm showing what I'm showing right here on the screen is this is the stripping. Listen clearly. Y'all seeing the stripping. These people came and they chose them. These serpent seeds that you see on the screen, they showed them. Thank you, One True Sky. They chose them to be gatekeepers, the puppeteers, the puppet masters. So he went to Carnegie's and they gave them the money. The Wish People, the Rockefeller Foundation. He went to the Rockefeller. Y'all see him? Sometimes when I see them, they look like reptilians, man. I mean, he look like a serpent. I mean, sometimes they just look like it. You know what I mean? He went to the Rockefeller Foundation. They gave them this money. The Wish People and the Julius Rosenwald Foundation. The Wish People. These foundations were created by some of the most snakish, immoral businessmen in American history. Yet these foundations would be the ones to fund the new black intellectual movement that had its blossom in the Harlem Renaissance.
Hearing about Harlem and going to Harlem became exciting, new, different, and people went.
Hold on, y'all know, I gotta break down. Do y'all not understand that the Rockefeller, the Carnegie, the Rothschilds, they started and funded the black intellectual movement. They created the NAACP. They created the Boule. They gave them money. They gave them influence. The celebrities in the 20s, all the stars, what they call the Renaissance, the Harlem, they created and manufactured the stars, the celebrities, just like today. History might not always repeat, but it sure enough rhymes. It sure enough comes around again. This one, when I first found this out, that blew my mind. I'm like, so these serpent seeds doing the same thing. So the Ricky Smileys, the Oprah Winfreys, all of these of that day of the 20s, the same people were behind it. Y'all understand? These are Wish. Yeah, One True Sky, the Wish people, because that's what they is. All right? The same people behind it. Okay? The Rockefeller Foundation, the Wish People, and the Julius Rosenwald Foundation, the Wish People. Foundations were created by some of the most snakish, immoral businessmen in American history. Yet these foundations would be the ones to fund the new black intellectual movement that had its blossom in the Harlem Renaissance.
Hearing about Harlem and going to Harlem became exciting, new, different, and people went. They went to a place that others would say, you don't really want to go up there. But in fact, going up there could get you the time of your life. And going into, you also have to remember the early 20s during Prohibition, everyone wants to do just the opposite of what the law says. So of course, that's another reason to go to Harlem. Go against the grain. Women, go against the grain socially. Cut your hair. Wear the short flappers dresses. Go against societal norms. Harlem was that for white America.
Go against the grain. Wear short skirts. All right? And look at them all performing. The Julius Rosenwald Fund, for example, literally funded most of the most famous artists and musicians of the day. The authors, the playwrights, and the activists of the late 1920s, they funded them all. And many of the names that were associated prominently in Black American history, people like Claude McKay, Ralph Ellison, Marian Anderson, and Julian Bond, W. Du Bois, Maya Angelou, and Langston Hughes, to name a few. They were all paid by the Rosenwald Foundation, going all the way back to the 1920s. So these specific Black figures were being promoted and pushed to the public by just a small group of Jewish men as the leading Black scholars and special Blacks in the country. You see who's behind it? The same ones who own the record companies now that got Lil Enlil, Lil Doob, Lil Baby Dub, Lil Dub, Lil Wayne. The same one that made them Lils and Youngs and Young Thugs and Lils that took over our labels, that took over rock and roll, that took over, that took over James Brown music and all, that took over all of it. Nothing changed. No disrespect to any of the ooh-ish people who are righteous, because you got to be some righteous, okay? And y'all better, I'm going to do a lesson about it. Y'all, I know we don't, y'all pray for that little girl, she a young woman, Candace Owens. Because Candace, I don't know what the Most High is doing with Candace, but Candace just went at them so hard. So they gonna get her. Okay? So y'all pray for that girl. Y'all pray for that little woman standing in her truth. You don't gotta agree with everything, but that woman is not playing no games. And she is a warrior. She is not scared. And they gonna try to take her out. They definitely gonna take her out. I just hope she's, she need to really get right with the Most High, because she's gonna need that spiritual covering, because they coming after her. She ain't playing. She telling truth to power. She calling out what it is. All right? Now, this same group of people is always puppeteering behind the Black. Always from the 20s. Always. Y'all, what y'all don't, well, most of y'all do in the awakening, but others don't. They was the ones that owned the slave ships too. The ones that, for us that came over on slave ships. We didn't all come over on slave ships. They are the ones that's puppeteering the media, the movies, the agendas, Hollywood, the music. All it's like they always got their hand in the back of, they like always, like it's like they glued to the Black. But it's no disrespect to any of them that's righteous, right? But the ones that right? So all of the famous people throughout the time, all of it been all Boule, all puppeteers, puppets with the puppet master. You see? All of it controlled by one small group of people. You don't see all these other nations of people. You got all type of people on the earth. You got the Greeks. You got all type of Asians and all type of, you got Japans and you got Indonesia. You got all type of people, Australia. You got the continents of people, but this one set of people is always just glued to the so-called black and controlling and puppeteering. It never stopped. Okay? Now, watch this. Watch this. Let me go back just a little bit. There we go. Fun, for example, literally funded most of the most famous artists and musicians of the day. The authors, the playwrights, and the activists of the late 1920s, they funded them all. And many of the names that were associated prominently in Black American history, people like Claude McKay, Ralph Ellison, Marian Anderson, and Julian Bond, W. Du Bois, Maya Angelou, and Langston Hughes, to name a few. They were all paid by the Rosenwald Foundation, going all the way back to the 1920s. So these specific black figures were being promoted and pushed to the public by just a small group of Jewish men as the leading black scholars and special blacks in the country. They were promoted. This very same Rosenwald Fund, it is the same fund that started the syphilis study, guys. In the southern states, 5 southern states. This fund became the initial blueprint for the Tuskegee experiments. The same Julius Rosenwald and the fund, his money. That's who Carter G. Woodson went to in all of them. That same fund was the fund who started the syphilis experiments. And it culminated with the Tuskegee experiments on our people. You see? In addition, the Julius Rosenwald Foundation is responsible for the construction of over 5,000 schools. Most of these schools primarily built for Southern blacks. That's him. Look, he got these little black girls with Rosenwald on their clothes. He's building the schools primarily for our ancestors, the Southern blacks. This back in the 20s and stuff, when we were still in the South. But it would look like philanthropological, all right, I don't know how to say that word, right? I know how to say philanthropy, right? It'll look like that charity work. But no, there's an agenda behind it. The schools. Why do you want to build our schools? You see? Funded the HB. Listen clearly. There's agenda behind it. Now, let me go back a little bit because I'm going to read something. Let me go up a little. Right, all group of Jewish men as the leading black scholars and special blacks in the country. Thank you, Roberta. Philanthropic is how you say it. Philanthropic. All right, here we go. This very same Rosenwald Fund, he did the Tuskegee experiment, funded the syphilis experiment on our people, and he's building these schools. All right, funding the entertainers of the day. They were promoted. This very same Rosenwald Fund, it is the same fund that started the syphilis study, guys. In the southern states, 5 southern states. This fund became the initial blueprint for the Tuskegee experiments. In addition, the Julius Rosenwald Foundation is responsible for the construction of over 5,000 schools. All right, look at the sign. The Shiloh Rosenwald School. The Shiloh Rosenwald School, located in Luga was a collaboration between Booker T. Washington and Julius Rosenwald. So they had their money, they had their pockets on all of our, remember, it said, the studies broke down at all of the Black excellence in the intellectuals and the entertainers. You see, it says this school was a collaboration between Booker T. Washington and Julius Rosenwald, the CEO of Sears. Rosenwald schools are landmarks in the history of African American education in this country. Why is this ooh-ish person, why is his schools landmarks for the African American education in this country, considered schools of hope? You know why? Because the schools is where you indoctrinate the children. This is where you create the agenda. So this people was parasitic on our people. You know why? Because they are the ones who stole the identity. Listen clearly. We want them, they're promoting Woodson, they're promoting B. Du Bois, they're promoting, yes, make them only identify with Africa, right? African American, make them identify, you're Africa, you came from Africa. They needed to glue themselves as a parasite host to our ancestors, lest they find themselves, lest they find out that we are the people of the book. We are actually from the tribe of Yadassah. We are actually the Habarayas, the Hebrews. And you, what the wisdom say? Keep your enemies closer. They become one with your enemy and fund you. I'll give you education that's going to teach you everything other than who you are. You get what I'm saying? So yes, you'll learn French, you'll learn it, but I will never teach you who you are because I got your identity. And as long as I keep you cursed, then I can profit off of your misery. As long as you don't awaken and come out of her and start serving the Most High, then the curses will be lifted. But I need the curses to continue. So that's why they're building all of the schools. That's why he's standing there with all those black girls with his name written on them, because I'm giving you the education I want you to have. Okay? Yes, I'll teach you black history, but not the history book. Good word, Hakyama. I'll teach you black history, but not the history book. All right? And that's what they want, the back to Africa thing. You see? It's the break so that you can lose the foundation of who you really are, even when you were. Everybody's from Africa, one true sky. Why y'all telling us to go back to Africa? Every human being on this planet Earth is from Africa. Well, it ain't Africa. From the Levant region. It wasn't Africa, but, they want to call it Africa now because, we got names like this is now America. These wasn't, it was, that wasn't the names of it back then. But human beings of every hue, ethnicity, nationality all come from two people. So everybody's lineage go back there. Why y'all telling us to go back there? It ain't telling nobody else. Literally. You don't even see them go tell my Caribbean brothers and sisters to go back there. They ain't telling no Jamaican to go back there. They ain't telling no Haitian to go back there. They only telling the black, because the tribe of Yadassah is very strong in this part of the daughter of Babylon called America. America is the head of the daughter of Babylon, where the brain is. It's the head. And Judah is strong here, the creators, the inventors. And Judah, as the Bible said, will awaken. Once Judah awaken, they awaken all the other tribes. So they need to confine Judah, Yadassah. That's why. That's why. All right. Now, it says the landmarks, it says the CEO Rosenwald schools are landmarks in the history of African American education in this country, considered schools of hope. Landscape, many became victims of neglect and abandonment. The Shiloh Rosenwald School sits in the oldest Rosenwald community. So he owned our neighborhoods, our schools, our intellectuals, all of it. The Wish owned it. One of the first 6 schools that something with the 2-teacher type made by hand, 2-teacher type of school designed by such and such, with the bricks were made by hand by Tuskegee students. The 3-room schools accommodated. So he created this 2-teacher system school. They created a doctrine and all of it. And the students built the school with bricks by Tuskegee students built it. And this same fund, this same person funded the Tuskegee experiments. See how wicked this is? Most of these schools primarily built for Southern blacks. Why was Rosenwald so interested in helping black people, guys? Exactly. Why are you so interested in helping black people? See? You might ask yourself, Rosenwald himself, he came from a family of Jewish merchants. As a young man, he learned the family trade as an apprentice up in New York City. And he began to make clothes. And this led to his partnership with Sears and Roebuck, who allowed him to buy shares into their company after they were having financial troubles. The company did well under Rosenwald, though, and he became a very wealthy man. Rosenwald, while working in New York, developed a close friendship with Henry Goldman, another 2nd-generation German Ashkenazi Jew, who is best known for Goldman Sachs. Y'all hear that? Goldman Sachs, Carnegie, Rothschild, all of them had the hand. Boy, we've been under, that's just curses, boy. It's like, get your hand on my back. My goodness, man, could you get off of me, bro? You know how you like, bro, get off of me. Enough is enough already. Go somewhere. Don't y'all got some other business? That's for 1 million people all over the world that y'all could be messing with. You know why they messing? Know why they hand all in our back? Because our identity. Boy, stay close. Keep your enemies close. You heard? Goldman Sachs was his homeboy. A successful brokerage investment firm that his father, Marcus, founded in Bavaria, Germany. Rosenwald had other powerful friends as well, who would all be very instrumental in helping him and the people like him become the face of this fake folio social reform. These men will use their millions to champion the new black agenda. So y'all thinking this was new now. The new black agenda in the 20s. Go ahead, Hakyama.
Have you given that disclaimer yet?
No. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We are not owners of this content. This is for educational purposes. We are a ministry, and this is a reaction video. Copyright disclaimers of the United States patents are in effect in this video. I need to put the disclaimer in. I'm going to do that after this is over with. But you see, the same thing is happening now. What you got now? George Soros. What's the dude that owned Def Jam? Leon Cohen. You see, you got the same. These are descendants of the same. It never changed. The media, Hollywood. But we didn't know that they were over them in the 20s. Yeah, Cab Calloway, Duke Ellington, all of them. They've been in our pockets. They've been the puppeteering. An Ashkenazi Jew who is best known for Goldman Sachs, a successful brokerage investment firm that his father, Marcus, founded in Bavaria, Germany. Rosenwald had other powerful friends as well, who would all be very instrumental in helping him and the people like him become the face of this fake folio social reform. These men will use their millions to champion the new black agenda. When tracing the money to some of the most prominent black organizations of the past, we are left with one very common denominator. And this denominator is the deception behind the miseducation of the Negro, a fabricated history signed and sealed inside an African slavery connected identity, delivered to you by these ignorant and compromised Negro sellers that are on the screen right here, who have been indoctrinated into a Boule. So they want that narrative of the African slave, but they doctor the narrative not to fully give you the full truth, so you don't awaken. False historical cover-up of our true Hebrew identity. When reading the words of these black scholars of the past, that's Cab Calloway right there. When tracing the money to some of the most prominent black organizations of the past, we are left with one very common denominator. And this denominator is the deception behind the miseducation of the Negro, a fabricated history signed and sealed inside an African slavery connected identity, delivered to you by these ignorant and compromised Negro sellers that are on the screen right here, who have been indoctrinated into a false historical cover-up of our true Hebrew identity. When reading the words of these black scholars of the past, there seems to be a romanticized relationship between all of these authors and their supposed African heritage. Y'all see that image right there? You know what I was thinking when I was making this? This is when they had the separate water fountains, right? See, it says colored water fountain. What I thought when I was making this, guys, What do you think is in this water? Think about this. The people who got this water fountain, made this water fountain, hate this person right here. That's why he can't drink out of their fountain, right? They got their own fountain. So you got the enemy. I guess I would have been a thirsty. I don't know. I guess we got to survive, right? Can you imagine what's in this water right here? They did not want them to eat in their stuff. I'm like, oh, I thought about when I was making this video, I said, oh my goodness. Can you imagine what's in this water? I know all of y'all are tripping like, I never thought of that. Like, that's insane, bro. You can oh my goodness, that's crazy. You can only, oh my goodness. Boy, the curse is over our people's head. All right, here we go. This resulted in the wealth and growth of many of these Boule men. All they pushed was the African and Black identity mixed. While many of these men were actually mulattoes, most passing as white men, and even several with non-foundational Black American roots. It is an actual fact, guys, that non-foundational American Blacks were at the forefront of the Black Hegelian dialect deception in the early 20th century. All the leading voices of Black America they were straight tokens funded by Zionist Jewish people, first and second generation immigrants. W.B. Du Bois, although American born, he was the offspring of Anglo, Dutch, and French immigrants. Also his greatest adversary, Marcus Garvey, he was straight Jamaican-born immigrant who proposed the idea of American Blacks going back to Africa, as if the entire Black population of America had been a product of the slave trade. Not all of them. Indian in the 1500s, American in the 1600s, Negro in the 1700s, 1800s, colored, 1900s, Black, 1980s, African American, 1990s, they got Afro-Latinos. W.B. Du Bois, he taught the same thing, but nothing could be further from the truth, guys. Look at the screen. We didn't all come on slave ships. Some of us came from Europe, from the Jacobites, Cromwell. Some of us came from, some of us was already here, Northern Kingdom and the others who traveled over here, the Ham too. Some of us was the natives here in America. Some of us came over on slave ships from different parts. W.E.B. has been proclaimed a Pan-Africanist by modern historians. Him and King Kongalicious, no diddy, y'all. Dr. Umar King Kongalicious Johnson.
Whether you are alphas, whether you're kappas, whether you're deltas, omegas, and I'm going to leave one of them out because if I do that, you all will be upset because you are more serious about the Greeks than you are about Africa.
I had to put Dr. King Kongalicious Boule because he Boule too. He got an agenda and he's pushing that. Now he's pushing that witchcraft of Yoruba, Santeria, voodoo crap, but he Boule too. You heard? That's why he all on Breakfast Club. That's why he is a celebrity. You heard? Controlled opposition. They got their hands in the puppet master got their hands on a lot of people's backs. Facts. I'm like King Konga, no diddy, Alicia, no diddy. Okay? Once you guys in my family of Arawaks travel down from the Amazon. Yeah, my grandmother knew them. I got two native ancestors in my direct descendant bloodline of it as well. So the initiation process. You Walkers, I guess use yours. It's better to use a personal. So once you chose Zeta, right? And then now you chose. So what happened? What you chose what you want to join? I guess you went to somebody. Hold on, I was supposed to do what's the name's question. I remember. nobody remembered to tell me to. Now I don't know where this question at. My Yaha, you still here? If you still here, I need the question. I don't even know where it's at. I don't. So I said I would do it after I did my clip. Before she's about to break down. Now she's about to break down the rituals and how the process, the initiation happens. So my Yaha, if you still here, if you can grab the question and get it to me, I'll be able to answer it. But I don't know if he's still here now. All right, so let me let it play. And said, all right, I'm ready to join, or
So not quite. So the decision was made in my heart at the time. I'm like, when the opportunity presents itself, I know that I want to become a Zeta. Now you have to wait for them to open up their process. So when I made the decision, a line wasn't coming through at that point.
What's a line? What do you mean a line?
A line is a group of pledgees. They're going to be called a line. Okay. A line of people. Okay.
Okay.
So they were not bringing a line in at that time.
So it's like the door ain't open, like they're not hiring right now, not yet. Right?
Correct. They were not hiring at this time.
There you go. I'm trying to make it understandable for us, us neophytes.
So you wouldn't even be a neophyte. That's even more funny that you said that.
Wow.
Anyone on the outside will be considered a GDI, an individual, like you're nobody.
What's GDI mean?
Got individual.
A G-damn individual? You serious? Stop lying. That's a term?
It's a term.
Yes. So she said a line didn't come through, a chain. Good one, True Sky. And she said, and I said, well, I related like, okay, so you have to wait until a line come through. And I said that I don't know nothing and I'm new, so I would be a neophyte. And she said, no, you wouldn't. They got another name for us people outside of it, and it's called GDIs. And it means a odd damn individual. I said, so they call regular people. It sounds like the wish people. What do they call the wish people call us goyim. And if y'all knew what that meant, it meant you dogs. They call us dogs, right? Anybody that's not wish, right? Even though they converted, right, and all that, but they call everybody else goyims. We dogs, okay? So wow, and it's funny because in the nation of gods and earths, we call those outside 85%, right? Mm-hmm. And they're the deaf, dumb, and blind, right? Those who don't know who their true origin in this world, or their, who they are. They don't know, right? So we call them the 85% of the population is deaf, dumb, and blind. 5% are the righteous who know who they are. And the 10% are the Masons, the ones who know the truth but keep it from the masses. So the 85% of the deaf, dumb, and blind, that's what y'all call the GD. That's hilarious. Right. Wow. Okay, so I wouldn't even be a neophyte. I'd be a GDI. Okay.
I would be the neo.
No, not yet all. The reason why I'm going a little deeper than what you just wrote, I'm going past what the textbook definition of Goyim. If you go back to my other lesson with the rabbis, the one that I did, they said Goyim Gentiles and they call them all dogs. No, they call the Goyim Gentiles dogs too, all of it. They said they should be, this is Babylonian Talmud, it's in the Talmud, and it said they should be like raped and they should be all slaughtered and burnt at like everybody that's not of theirs. So I'm going a little deeper, young king. The deeper meaning of and I learned that from when that study. Yeah, it's no joke. It's all in the Talmud. It's Babylonian. It's no joke. But that's the watered down one. When they be like, no, Goyim just mean Gentile. That's them smoothing stuff over. Nah, they got that hidden secret like we're doing now, secret knowledge, that secret stuff. All right. All right. All right.
Fight, because that
'Cause
means
you just,
you're a baby. You're new.
I got you.
You're
Mhm.
new. Right. Just coming
Okay.
out, you're new. So that's when you become a neo, is what that would be called for short. But anyway,
Wow. So they actually do call it a neo. I
Yeah.
see it from you saying the other part for the initiate and all that, because I know the esoteric cultures from when I had to learn all that stuff. So go ahead. So continue. So you will be a neo now. And
yeah,
so
I would then move into that. So when they did open up the line and they said, hey, the
Okay.
line is going to be open, since I now expressed my interest to joining that organization, we started doing things together. This is before it was time to cross. Okay. So we started going out to eat. I went to church with them. We started building that relationship. This is what I would call the grooming. Now,
with the whole
exactly.
Organization. Okay.
With the chapter, really
With the
not the whole
chapter.
organization, but with the chapter that's on that university site.
That's a good
So
word.
you
Thank
start to
you.
get to know them. And at this point, you're vetting them like they're vetting you. But everything is still cotton candy and rainbows. You
Mhm.
still don't know what's going on. This is really for you to understand what they do, what they're like regularly. They used to cook food all the time. And back when I liked flesh and blood, you just couldn't tell me that I wasn't getting chicken every Sunday. You just couldn't. So and we're in college too, and they lived off campus and we eating the cafeteria food and y'all got that? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that makes a big difference.
Big difference. Big difference.
Yeah. Again, it's painting a picture of young, she'll be back. Okay, she's back now. It cleared up too. Perfect timing, Matt Yaha. Now, he said, because remember I told you, I said, I'm going to save your question because it's going to tie into tonight, because I knew I was doing Yadassah's thing. Right? So my Yaha's question is, he says, I was wondering if it was unlawful for me to tell the children of Freemasons what their dads are up to, because I've been told that puts curses on them. You had another part too. Because I remember peace, you had another part. If you can remember, I want the other part too, because it's very important. You have to be very, very careful. Because your two-part, the other part, I wanted the other part too, because I wanted to answer it. You have to be very careful because even though we want to try to help everyone, those are still someone else's children. So you could get yourself into some serious, serious problems. Because if the person is Freemason and he's raising his children and you interfere and tell us, that's a very dangerous place. Now, if the Most High calls you, like now, it's different if you see a child being harmed. Like, let's say if you see a dad and he's like raping his son or something, you want to get in and like whatever, you know what I mean? Or something. You have to think very wisely before you interfere in someone's marriage, right? Or someone's family like that. It's very dangerous position. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Zayana. He says, last week he says, I have a decent amount of clients and friends whose parents and their grandparents are Shriners and 33rd and 32nd degree Freemasons. He said, is it unlawful for me to reveal the truths to them? Yes. Yes, my Yaha. The same way that it's unlawful for them to reveal the truths to you of their darkness. That's why they call us secret society. You do not cast your jewels unto swine. You do not go forth casting the pearls that you are receiving and just digesting and trying to assimilate unto the darkness, because they can try to use the wisdom that you've given to do more darkness. It's a very dangerous slope. It's very unlawful for you to reveal the truths to them. You let those 33rd degree Shriners. Now, if someone comes to you of your clients or friends who's these Freemasons, and they like, listen, man, I know you're in some truth with the Bible. I heard, I could see you change your life. You ain't drinking and smoking no more. You like, man, I'm in a lot of dark stuff. If a situation presents itself where your spirit is telling you to pour into somebody, it's individualistic. But it won't happen that much. I'm just letting you know. It won't be a thing where it's all the time. It'll be very rare. Then, yes, you can, but you'll know in your spirit. But you have to be still and make sure you ain't being used and manipulated for information. Because these dark Shriners and these 33rds and 32nds, they're wise in there. That's the 10% that I was just talking about. They know who the true and living is. They know our origin in this world. They know that, but they conceal it from the masses and they manipulate. So you got to be very careful. So yes, it is definitely unlawful to reveal Yah's truths to the darkness. Can Hasatan cast out Hasatan? You see, it'll be a very rare thing where you'll come across one that would have eyes to see and ears to hear, and would the Rayach, the spirit realm, will be telling you to pull him out. It'll be very rare. I've been doing this a very long time, and it almost never happens. It's hard enough getting people who ain't even in all that darkness to receive the light of Yah. More or less, yeah. And it'll get you in trouble, Mat Yaha. I'm glad great question that you asked. Mat Yaha, the scripture says, don't let your right hand know what your left hand is doing. Don't let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. Sorry. That precept, that parable mean be slow to speak. It's Jews. These things will be used to harm you. Be wise as a serpent. A lot of the time, wise as a serpent mean being shushed, quiet. Like they do. They are about secrets. Society, they hushed. Only, right, 2 ears, 1 mouth. Slow to speak. Do more observing. I don't do it, my Yaha. People will never know. I was doing Uber, picking up thousands of people from all over the world, doing Disney World, picking up over almost 13,000 rides. And out of the 5 or 7 years, however long I did Uber, over about 5 years, over 13,000 rides, only about 4 people out of the 13,000 knew that I was found out. That the spirit actually had something where I revealed myself to them. Now I had conversation, but it was Jesus. Well, they were saying Jesus. I would say the Messiah, and they would say God. I would say the Most High, and just general. Yeah, bless you and bless. But I'm not letting. So be very, very slow to speak, revealing your identity. It's less is more. Don't let your right hand know what your left hand's doing. It's much wisdom. They'll use it to harm you. Okay. All right. He said their kids always get plugged in with the managerial positions, and I am very proud. So I did it to humble them. But then my Ruach told me to ask. Yeah, I need to chill. There's a Freemason village in my town. I'm sure they watch me. Yes, especially when you're revealing yourself. Especially now, what you don't realize, my Yaha, is you got the secret sauce. Like you got the truth, the foundation. It's levels to this. If you just had some watered down thing, he is no threat. But what you know and who you will become a threat to the darkness. They serve fallen angel Nephilim, God. Anunnaki, fallen angel gods. This Greek stuff, all of that. Mason, it's all the same fallen angel stuff. That's what this is. These Greek gods. This what Yadassah is, what she denounced. She came out of serving these Nephilim, fallen angels. Anunnaki, they call them in the other ones. Umar Johnson now calling them Ogun, and it's just still nothing different. All fallen angels. Shalom, sun, star, thunder, lightning. All right. So you got to be wise as a serpent. You got to, a wise man could play the part of a fool, but a fool can never play the part of a wise man. You got to dumb it down. You got like, ain't nothing happening here, nothing to see here, that type of energy. You know, which way did they go? Which way did they go? Right? You got to dumb it on down, bro. All right? It's like in the end times when everything collapsed. Listen, young king. It's like at the end time when everything collapsed, it's like you putting up a sign saying, I got food here. Food. When there's roving bands of marauders looking to try to devour, you got a sign saying, I got food. Food. Okay? So you got to shield yourself. All right. Yes. And I was thinking that too. Maybe I don't want to stop you, because if the Most High is calling you to do it, okay, this is it. Because I don't want to stop that. If the Most High is calling you to share the word, then that could be your purpose. But this is what you do. He said, I just took this live off my Facebook. Yeah. You gotta discern which ones that someone can try to take and use for harm against you. Use your discernment. Yes, protect your raya. Now, of course, we do want to drop seeds everywhere, but you got to be very wise in the way that you do it. And another way that you got to do is you can okay, let me get you another trick, another tip and trick. You can share stuff, right? But then when they come to you, you can be like, oh no, I just think it's entertaining, right? Oh, no, I just think I like him. He's funny. He be telling jokes. See, you're playing the part of a fool. But you're still able to share what you're sharing. You're just distancing yourself from it. But why? But that's wise as a serpent in this dark world. You ain't trying to harm them. You're trying to drop fruit for you. Because guess what? Like you said, what you're sharing, somebody can receive from it. But for the other dark ones, when they come at you, you be like, oh, no, man, I don't follow that stuff. I just like, man, sometimes he drops some wisdom. You can get wisdom from a snake, right? Be like, he funny. I like, he funny and stuff. That's playing a part of a fool. Okay? So you can sit, with your rack, and if you want to keep sharing some or you pick this one and that one, but just learn to distance yourself. He said, but like you, I used to be a problem in my town, right? I know what you're talking about. So you're distancing yourself from, from you're like, nah, man, I like him. He's saying don't do drugs and don't do this. And, it's like dumbing down. Like I did it when I was doing the Uber. I'm not gonna, when they get in my car, right? And they talk about, oh, you Jesus bless you. I'm like, Jesus is Caesarea Borgia. It's an earth pig, right? Next thing I know, Uber is calling me, excuse me, what is going on? So so they would say Jesus. I would say, oh, may the Messiah bless you too, right? I have a whole conversation with them, and they have no idea. I don't be like, I'm a natural branch. I'm actually the people of the book. I'm actually Hebrew. You're right. I don't tell them nothing. They don't got it, And then the funny thing though, I'll be having a conversation. I keep slipping. I keep saying, yeah. I used to keep saying, and I'm like, oh crap. I be trying to remember to say the Most High, but I'm so used to saying yeah all the time. I be like, yeah. And I'm like, I know they catch you sometimes. I seen some of them face like, what is yeah? Like, what did he just say? And I'm, oh yeah, the Most High. Right? And so again, use your wisdom, King, and your discernment. All right. This was definitely the appropriate time for the question. Yeah, less is always more. Yah is in the simplicity. Remember, I'm glad you wrote that, Sister Roberta. Yah is in the micro, minimalist. Yah is always minimalist. He's simplified. It's the stillness. Abundance is busy, right? Abundance is confusion, right? So let's say if you got a lot of things in your house, you got an overabundance of things, you got a lot of stuff. There's a lot of energy. There's a lot of things. That's confusion and noise. That's not stillness. Yah is in the stillness. It's always about less is more. It's always about more being calm, quiet, less being less noticeable, less visible, discreet. That's Yah. He's in the stillness. Always simplifies, simplicity. That's why he breaks the scripture. That's why I'm able to break the scripture down to a baby can understand it. That's why I teach the Bible that way. That's why a lot of people like our ministry, because of the way and the Most High poured that into me. It's to be broken down so a baby can understand it. A neophyte or a GDI or whatever you want to call these people, whatever language you speak. But what does these intellectuals, right, and all that, they make everything, they want to sound rhetorical and educated, so they make everything difficult and make everything complicated, right? That's just confusion. The more simplified that you make a thing, the less confusing it is, the less disorder. Now, yeah, absolutely. It becomes more orderful, more order, lawful. The less stuff you got in your house, the more organized you can have your house, the cleaner it is. The Most High, what? Yahliness is next to cleanliness. See? The more stuff you got in the temple, that's what fasting is about. Even the food. When you fast, you cleanse your temple. Less stuff in your temple. Even fasting from things and people. Less stuff in your life. Less people in your, I need to fast from friends. I need to cleanse out my life, my social life. I got too many of these loose friends, fringes from work and this one, it's noise. It's too much confusion. Yah's all in the simplicity. That's why my baby mama, I couldn't do, I had to get her, she's too noisy. She just always want to go, social people. She will keep inviting people in my life. Confusion, noise, disorder. Lord, I need stillness. Shalom. That's what shalayam is. Stillness. The Most High is in the stillness. Great time for your question, young king. Great time. He who has ears to hear, let him hear. All right.
You, but everything is still cotton candy and rainbows. You still don't know what's going on. This is really for you to understand what they do, what they're like regularly. They used to cook food all the time, and back when I liked flesh and blood, you just couldn't tell me that I wasn't getting chicken every Sunday. You just couldn't. So we're in college too, and they lived off campus, and we eating the cafeteria food, and y'all got that? Yeah.
Oh, that makes a big difference.
Big difference. Yeah.
Again, it's painting a picture of young, she'll be back. Okay, she's back now. It cleared out too. Of young, struggling, like you said, you eating cafeteria food, or you might have oodles and noodles or something, and they got all type of chicken and good food. That makes sense.
Yeah. So we're building a relationship, right? So then comes the moment in time where they're like, hey, we're about to bring on a line. That means it's time to get it started, submit your application, pay your money. I can't remember how much it cost, but it was quite a bit of money. $1,200, quite a bit of money.
Whoa, it costs that much money to join? I didn't know that. $1,200, especially for a college kid. Do y'all know that $1,200 is like $12 million when you're in college? You'll be eating oodle noodles and stuff. College kids be starving. I know about that college life. Because I've been in colleges from the hood. We used to go to college parties and stuff. I don't do it no more. We used to be smashing girls. But it's back when I was young and all that. These college kids be starving. That's a rough life. And I was hustling, so I had money. I was their age, but I'm in the streets. I was slinging. Right? So I'm like, they living the broke life. Right? I was up there selling the weed, everything, right? With some serious broke life. She said, $1,200. That's it. Yadassah, they done lost their mind. $1,200. My goodness. Sister Roberta said usually from $800 to around $1,500. Well, I won't be joining. Yeah, I'll be like, do y'all got a payment plan? That's how they know they won't run. Okay, I can't be Boule. Now, see, I wouldn't have been like, cause I didn't have no parents, so I would have been my grandmother. If my grandmother was still been alive and I wasn't in the streets, because I had a grandmother and she used to work for the white man. She was a maid, right? So she struggled. So, but she made sure I had some. So she wouldn't have had no. My grandmother would have cursed me out. So, Grandma, I need $1,500. I want to join the secret society. No, if I listen, I'll just say, Grandma. Yo, my grandma was a trick too. Oh my goodness, to the people from New York, they already know. If I said, Grandma died, she said, what you want? First of all, she cursed me out as soon as I say her name, just so y'all know. So I said, Grandma, what the hell you want me to do? What the hell you got my name on there and curse me? I'm like, Dad, Grandma, I just said Grandma, right? So I'm like, all right. And she'll know my face. Don't you ask me. I'm like, come on, because I'll have to put on the sad face, right? First, I got to put on the sad face, right? You got to play. I come in. Don't you ask me for nothing. What you got that sad face? Go up there. I'm like, Grandma, you told me to go to college, right? See, that's how you manipulate. You told me to go to school. I'm going to school. Grandma, I need $1,200. $1,200? She'd been the lost. She'd probably just start beating me. She probably grab a belt and just start. I'm like, Grandma. She'd be like, and then by the time she stopped, for what? I said, because I want to be Greek. Yo, Taj. Dude, how y'all think that's gonna go over? See, that's that old. My grandmother was born in 1914. That's this old black woman stuff. That's an old black. That's old black. It's old black America, right? Right? My grandma said, "You wanna be Greek?" You know what she probably would have said? You know what? I got you. You wanna be Greek? I got you. I got some Greek for you. Right, hold on. Let me turn my mic down. I got some Greek for you. Thank you, Sayana. You want to be Greek? Like for $1,500, $1,200. Lord, she been like, pack my stuff up too. You got get out my house. You done lost your mind. Talking about you want to be Greek. Greek. Yeah, Grandma, I want to be Greek. Sci-fi soul. K-Phi he. Beta alpha zeta. Beta alpha zeta. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I am making jokes. I don't give a crap. Y'all know me. I'm making jokes. I'm sorry. They throwing up gang signs. I figured that out when Sister Yadassah, when I went to make your thumbnail, because I had to look up a bunch of your old Zeta things, and they up there, they got the gang signs with their fingers. I said, they got gang signs in college. I said, I know a gang sign. They the Gator side, Zeta side. They up there throwing gang signs for college and talking about some Greek. They got Greek gang signs. Oh my goodness. All right. So anyway, $1,200. I can't get over the $1,200, Yadassah. Are you dar? That's what they would have said to me. They would have said $1,200. They'd have looked around like, are you dar? I wouldn't have been dar no more. I'd have been gone. They were like, are you dar? Are you dar? No, I ain't dar. I had $1,200 when I was in the hood. I come into college to get away from drugs, to get away from the streets. They don't have me for $1,200. $1,200. Pissy Lola said, Shalom, I'm late and I'm listening to her eating a Greek salad. I know that's right. That's about the Greek, my grandma. That's what she would have said. The only Greek you going to get, you get a Greek salad. You don't get your Greek out of my face. I'm going to smack you in the face with a Greek salad. That's about the only thing. And my grandma wasn't even doing no salad. She old black, old African-American black. She making pork chops and what they call that green stuff y'all be liking. What's that? Cabbage? No, not the cabbage. What's the other green stuff? She made cabbage too. But what's the other green stuff? The one y'all really like? The what's it called? Oh, somebody gonna write it. The green stuff, the black collard green. That's it, Akiyama. Collard greens. That's that black American. No, Zion, it's about avocado. No, collard greens. It's a black American stuff. So this is a black American thing. Collards. Oh, they love them collards. And they put the pork stuff in the collards. They had the swine in there and all that. Yeah, collard. Yeah, big pot. Heard my say, love that stuff. I hate it all. I was the little Mikey. I was like nothing. I was like none of that crap. I was like, how you black? I ain't eat none of that. I was Mikey. I ain't eat none of that. Give me pizza and French fries. I ain't even that. I ain't eating all that stuff. But I did used to like pork chops when they was cold in the fridge. I used to steal her pork chops. Yeah, they neck bones, turkey neck. No, another thing she got me eating. She had me eating. This is the nastiest stuff in the world. Gizzards, chicken gizzards. That is the most rubbery. I don't even know what part of the gizzard is. I don't even want to know nowadays. I'll probably throw up right now. No, I used to be like, I'm like, Grandma, you gonna make some of that rubber stuff? She said, boy, them gizzards, boy. Yeah, I'm gonna make them gizzards. She get the gizzard. I'm like, it like bounce off you like spongy rubber. That stuff ain't supposed to be eaten by human consumption. I'm in there eating gizzards. I don't even know what a gizzard is. I don't even want to know right now. Okay? And yeah, the worst one of them all is pigs, not pig. Oh, pig feet. Remember pig feet? That's some stinking stuff. You can tear some pig feet up with hot sauce. That's slave food. They got me in slavery food. Hold up. The other one, chitlins. That's the worst one. The chitlins is the worst food of human history of kind. It smell up the whole neighborhood. I'm talking about it smells the neighborhood so bad. I mean, it smells so bad, but after it's finally done, when they do it right, and you got hot sauce, you eating intestines. I would throw up now. It tastes good. I just get sick too. You get sick. You eat too much, right? I remember that time me and Uniqueness, we all got sick. We ate so much of it, we was throwing up and everything. Diane kicked us out the house. Go outside, throwing up in my house. We were sick to death. Shitterlings. That's a good word. We call it chitlins. The chitlin circuit. That's that Negro American, Black American slang talk. Chitlin. It's shitterlings. It's shitterly. It's the feces, and that's why they got it. It's the nasty pig feet hog maw. Hog maw. Yeah, I don't even know what hog maws was. That's how they said maws, M-A-W-S. I used to call it hog maw, M-O-G. I don't even know what that is. See, that's that stuff. We don't even know what they're eating. That's they giving us this slave food. That's why we got all that. That's why that was to destroy our immune system and our kidneys and livers, our health. Yeah, pickled pig feet. Y'all remember in the store, they probably still got it in the hood. Y'all remember they used to have the big pig feet jar in the deli store, the bodega. It wasn't a bodega then, the deli. In the store, the corner store, a big jar with a gross, and then the big pickles. I like the big pickles. Remember the big pickles you used to eat when you were little? The big pickle? You get beat up, you come around the hood with a big pickle. You can't fight. You come walking down the street with one of those big old fat pickles, you get jumped. You get jumped in the hood. This is some 70s, 80s stuff, guys, and early 90s stuff. And for those who younger, they had the big pig feet jar. It looked like science when and it'd be in the store, right on the counter. The big pig feet jar, and then the big pickles. And then the other ones, skins, pork rinds, pork skins. See, they fed us swine in the abomination if we get them to curse themselves. See, they knew who we are. They know we are the people of the book. They know it's an abomination for us to eat swine, right? So the scripture, if we get them to curse themselves, so they fed us all of the swine because they know who we are. And who you think was funding it all. That last clip I made, and I think I did a good job at that clip. Pat on the back for old Unc. I think I did a good job with that. And I think Yadassah is doing a good job. Pat on the back for Yadassah. Are you dar? Are you dar? Yeah. Are you dar? Yeah. she from Louisville, Kentucky. That's it. Are you not? Every now and then it'll come out. One time on the study, I laughed when I was making this video. She said something, I heard a little or something. I laughed. All right. Hog mogs is part of the stomach from what I never knew what a hog mog. I didn't know it was MAW. I used to be MOG. Cause my grandma, she ate all that. My grandma's from Tennessee. She from Tennessee, from Memphis. She country. That old. She born in 1914. That's that black of that black. She, the old black. She Negro. That's when she went back and they were Negro. I'm sorry. I'm in joke mode now. That's I like when I get in joke mode. We gotta laugh. Laugh are good for your soul. They done put it up swine in us. We need to laugh. My grandma wasn't colored. My grandma wasn't black. My grandma wasn't Afro-American. She wasn't African-American. My grandma was Negro. She was an old Negro spiritual. She was a walking Negro spiritual. Think I lied? She was straight blacker than black. For real, for real. And she was dark-skinned. My grandma, this one is dark-skinned. That's the one I showed. I did it on the 25 to Life. That's the one. That's who raised me. Praise her soul. May the Most High cover my grandma's soul. Because if it wasn't for her, I would have been in orphanages and what they call that thing when you go to foster care and all that type of stuff, right? So praise her soul that she took me in until she died. But yeah, she was blackity black. She was she was a walking Negro spiritual. That's why she cursed you out. She ain't had no hugs, none of that. Ain't no love, ain't no I love you, ain't no hugs, ain't no kisses, ain't none of that. Ain't no affection, ain't none of that. Everything you getting cursed out. That's it. You gonna get it. I get it, but I'm gonna get it in blood. You get it? You gonna get it, but you gonna draw back a nub. Okay, yeah, rocking back and forth, humming, yeah, that type of old thing, right? Now I wish she was the more softer big mama. Well, she's short, so I wish she was more like a big mama. The ones that rock and come in and take all the kids and put them on their lap. That wasn't her. She was short. She had a short man. My grandmother had a Napoleon complex. She was about 5 foot, little black lady from the 1900s from the South, came up from New York. Oh, she's a fighter. She's a little 5 foot lady, chocolate black lady in the 1900s. Oh, you don't think she can fight that lady? You don't boy, that lady walking Harriet Tubman. She ain't playing no game. She had no, now I knew she loved me because she always gave, she provided. She'll curse me out and everything. Never hugged me, never kissed me, never told me I love me. Ever, day in my life, ever have I ever had those things from a maternal parent. But I knew she loved me because she provided. She'd curse me out, but she'd get it. She'd get whatever I needed. After she cursed me to hell and high water, but she'll get it. So I love my grandma. Love you, Grandma. Thank you for not leaving me to be with nobody. With nobody at all. Praise the Most High for gifting me with my grandma. And I'm sorry that I wasn't old. You died before I got old enough to take care of you and give you all the things that I know I wanted you to have. Because I had a lot of money and I didn't know before she died. Yeah, they did their best, absolutely. And I'm thankful every day that he gave me that because he didn't have to give me her. I could have been left with nobody. At least I had that. No mama, no daddy, none of that, but I had that for a minute. I had it for enough time to know what love feel like without even having it saying I love you or hugging me or kissing me or telling me any affectionate words or any inspiration. Her provision, I knew that love. So I'm thankful for it. Thank you, Yah, for sending her. I went through about 5 different emotions in this. I went from crazy, laughing, old, honey, to emotional, to sympathetic, empathetic. I'm all play cute or slow music, all that. I like when I'm in this type of spirit. I know why I'm in this extra folio spirit, because I'm tired. That's what it is. I'm like, why am I in an extra funny spirit right now? It's because I ain't slept. I had 35 minutes. Y'all should have saw me when I woke up. Oh, that was a mess. I looked in the mirror. I couldn't even walk. You know how you get in the mirror? I couldn't even see. I was like, and I got in the bathroom at like 8:30 something. And I'm like, I got like 25 minutes to hurry up and wash up. I wash one eye and one ear. Right? I'm like, yo, it was a mess. But I know I got to teach the word. And I knew the Most High would stay me. I got work to do. You see? I'm going to sleep later. I'm going to get some rest. Praise Yada the Shabbayat. I know he's going to let me get some rest. So I'm going to sleep. And Kayana was supposed to come over with the Yakatas. And they're supposed to have, but they like, I'm like, listen, I'm about to sleep. I'm going to need quiet to this Shabbayat because I ain't been to sleep since the investment group study at 12. Remember when we finished? So I got up. I don't know what time I got up yesterday, but I ain't been to sleep at 35 minutes. But praise the Most High, got work to do. We got to teach the word, right? His children, he sent his children to. It's the Shabbayat. I know I can't leave y'all. I can't, I got to teach the word. All right, let's get back. Excuse me. Y'all said my grandma too. She was a homesteader in Alaska when it was rural territory. Gold mouth. She was raw dog like my grandma. They Rolling Stone, boy. Them woman that's the Harriet Tubman woman. Them woman is no joke. They be tougher than men. Ain't nothing like a strong. When them black women is strong like that, they super strong. For real, for real. All right. All right. So now let's get to because she about to get to the part of their initiation and what they about the rituals and stuff. All right. We ain't gonna go. I'm gonna keep y'all too long. All right. Here we go. Hold up. That went over my head. I got to rewind that again. You said, okay, it's time for the line is opening up. You amongst them, y'all going to dinner and everything. And then you said, what? Without some money? And said it started over again? Oh, yeah, I forgot. So that's why they took $1,200. That's what started all this mess. $1,200. Are y'all dar? They'd be like, oh, are you dar? No, I'm not dar. Ain't nobody got no $1,200 getting y'all to be joining Greek. Greek salad don't cost $1,200. I don't know nothing Greek that costs $1,200. I didn't go, I'm getting a trip to Greece. Like Greece is a beautiful country. It look good too. The water, they got the house. Don't go to Greece though. Them there, they'll tear you up. Those Greeks don't like, they don't like black people. Don't go there messing around. And Greeks are, you end up messing around in Greece. Be careful, guys. If you go to Greece on a vacation, stay in the tourist area. And the locals don't like, if you so-called black, they'll hurt you out there. You end up dead over there. All right, be careful. Yeah, my mom would have cursed me out. Like, dude, were you taking me to Greece? That's what I said. Oh, y'all dar. All right, I'm in silly mode right now. I love it though. This is how I get when I'm tired. I rub my eyes and I just get funny. All right, so anyway, hold on. Let me go back just a little bit, not too much. That's when she was at the $1,200. I'm trying to go just a little bit. Oh, that's way too much. I hate that this thing don't got when you could press it and go up 1 second. All right,
but everything is still cotton candy and rainbows. You still don't know what's going on. This is really for you to understand what they do, what they're like regularly. They used to cook food all the time. And back when I liked flesh and blood, you just couldn't tell me that I wasn't getting chicken every Sunday. You just couldn't. So we're in college too, and they lived off campus and we eating the cafeteria food and y'all got that? Yeah.
Oh, that makes a big difference.
Big difference.
Yeah. Again, it's painting a picture of young, she'll be back. Okay, she's back now. It cleared out too. Of young, struggling, like you said, you eating cafeteria food, or you might have oodles and noodles or something, and they got all type of chicken and good food. That makes sense.
Yeah. So we're building a relationship, right? So then comes the moment in time where they're like, hey, we're about to bring on a line. That means it's time to get it started, submit your application, pay your money. I can't remember how much it cost, but it was quite a bit of money. $1,200, quite a bit of money.
Hold up. That went over my head. I got to rewind that again. You said, okay, it's time for the line is opening up. You amongst them, y'all going to dinner and everything. And then you said, what? Without some money? And said it started over again?
Yeah, so the line is, they let you know at a point in time, whenever that happens, they let you know we're about to bring a line forward. Now, everybody might not have my experience. Some people are a little bit more cutthroat. They don't try to build rapport with you before. Either you want to join the organization or you don't. But I had the luxury of actually being really building real relationships with these women on the campus. And when they finally got to the point where they were hiring, if you will, when they got to that point, it was time to go ahead and submit your application. But you know what I'm saying? The requisition is open. So you put your application in. By this point, they know they're looking.
You have to sign something?
Absolutely. You have to sign.
Oh, you have an application? It's a real application?
It's a real written process. Like, I want to join. It's formal. Nothing about this.
And do they have this stuff already written down? You just have to sign, or you have to?
Everything.
They do?
Everything.
Wow.
That's why I keep stressing to people when I said that in the beginning. People are like, well, I didn't get hazed. It wasn't demonic for me. It's not even about the actions. It's about the covenant. You were signing all along.
Good word. Come on, Yadassah, are you there? She said it ain't about the words, it's about the covenant. About the something, she said. That she be dropping some bombs. Go ahead, Yadassah. Are you there, girl?
Okay, so you signing up.
Go ahead.
Yep, you signing up, right? And you give your money and all that stuff, and then
what money? Whoa! What money? You say you just
So the money is for you to pay. You pay to get into these organizations, which, if I was in the word and I understood, you would recognize that Yah's not asking, the Most High's not asking for you to give your money for anything. People haven't even had it. We calling family members trying to get it, but mind you, when we're calling, we can't say what for. Okay, so.
That's why I try to tell these people the institution of marriage, you paying for a marriage certificate. The Most High, we ain't pay no money to be, so how? That's interesting. She said you can't tell your parents or the people what it's for. That's very interesting. Yeah, I do got a new saying now, y'all. I like it too. How y'all dar? That's interesting. You can't tell them what it's for. So my grandma, what I'm going to tell my grandma? See, they must don't know. I would have told them, do y'all know my grandma? I put her on the phone. I would tell them, I said, here, well, I'm going to let you talk to her. I can't tell her. $1,200? How much is, so you get the application, how much do you have to pay for that?
It's several $100s in the thousands, perhaps. I can't really remember the amount, but
it depends on chapter.
Yeah, 900, close to, it's something, it depends.
Whoa, that high, 900?
It's expensive, yeah.
So when are you supposed to get the money from?
That's the deception to start. So either you have family that can actually give it to you, or you did what I had to do, which was call my family and lie. I don't even know what I told them, but I knew I couldn't tell them the truth.
Oh, wow.
Because you have to pay, you have to pay up front. So
that's a lot for a college kid that don't got no money. Okay. So that means basically they're telling you to lie. Y'all hear that? She said, I can't tell them the truth. So you can't tell them what the money's for, so that means you're going to lie to them. So they're making you take an oath and sign a written contract and pay a dowry for it, basically, right? Pay money for it and to lie to make the covenant. Boy, this is getting dark, and sin on top of sin on top of sin.
Hello?
So are people doing anything to get it?
Possibly.
Possibly.
I mean, I lied.
I would think.
Yeah, I lied to get mine. I don't remember exactly what I told my family, but you cannot tell them what you're getting into. So another thing.
Wow, that's a part of the.
It's all a secret.
Oh.
We'll get to the point where it becomes public, but we're private right now. We're still private.
So you can't tell them what you get.
No,
so
now for people that were legacy, not me.
You can tell them.
Duh, yeah, because the people that know about it, they probably.
Oh, that makes sense. So the people who are legacy, because that's the puppet masters. So they don't got a problem. They're already in. They indoctrinated already. But the newbies, you gotta. Wow, that's crazy.
Hyping you up, hype man.
Yeah, they're gonna give you the money.
When's your money due? They sponsor you.
Yeah,
right.
Sponsor, that makes sense.
Right, but for the opposite people who have family members that have no awareness of this, it looks a little different for them.
Us from the hood.
Right. Pulling up on your mom like, hey, can I get about 1,500? What do you need?
She like 15. Give me 1,500. My rent due.
Either 1,500 or you might not go back to school the next semester. Which one? You know, a
Wow.
decision will have to be made, but it ain't just gonna be no money. So I had to link
Right.
different family members to collect the money. I did work in college, so maybe I had a portion from there. I'm not really for sure, but I knew that I was deceptive about how I went about getting the money because you was not able to tell anybody that you were about to be online. Online means you're about to start the initiation process, and this is when the real fun actually begins.
That's crazy. It's called online, and now we online on the internet.
Now we're online being hazed different.
Wow.
Okay, we're still
Yes,
online.
Still online. Wow.
Literally. So, you know,
so now, hold on. So now you got up your money, you paid your I'm just calling it initiation fee, right? You paid it, you filled your application, and they said like, you're hired? I mean, you're one of us, or what?
No.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, so after you go forward with giving your money, now it's time to start the actual process, right? So the process consists of many things. My mind, y'all forgive me, because again, the Most High stripped things from me intentionally. So I don't have it all in my head about every little play-by-play of what went through. I crossed in 2010, by the way. So there's a gap there.
See, that's what I was talking about, 2010. She just said it. She said there's a gap there. I heard it. There's a gap there. Are you there? So there's a gap there. Go ahead. Guys. All right.
2010, so there's a gap. Now, I remember going through being told we were going to be online. There was actually supposed to be multiple people that were going to cross with this line, but it actually ended up being only 2 of us. And that's a whole different story. They didn't come forward. Weird things happened. Don't know what happened with it, but it was not supposed to be just us, but it boiled down to it just being the 2 of us on this line.
So you don't know what happened to the others?
I don't. It was just real interesting. It could have been that something happened with headquarters, because one of the things that happened with me, they were not willing to let me come through and become a member because I was about to graduate. So instead of graduating, I actually stopped some of my classes and pushed them out to the next semester because their negotiation was, we're not going to give you these letters and you just carry on. You're going to have to serve.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Right. So of course it wasn't framed that way. But when they came back and was like, me, Yadassah, I'm trying to differentiate from who I am now versus who I was then. But when they came back and said, hey, you know, we are not going to be able to do it because you're going to be graduating right away. It's kind of a waste. You're about to graduate. I was like, well, what if I just push it out? And we ended up working that out. So I was able to go forward with the process. So now it's 2 of us and we are online, and it's time for us to go through with all the initiation stuff. So it could go on for about 6 to 8 weeks. It depends on what you're doing. We signed up for the part of the component where we was gonna not just sign the papers and go through with it. We actually wanted to be pledged. Very, very sick to think about that in your head when people are like, don't let me sign the dotted line. I don't want to just do it that way. I want to work for it. I want to earn it. Actually raising your hand and saying, whatever you all are willing to do to me, I'm willing to have it happen because I want to be a part of this, and they know that.
Hold on, you got to rewind that one for the slow me, the people in the back on the yellow bus, on the small yellow bus. Some people at home probably like, thank you, Aunt. All right, so you said, all right, so with you, it ended up only being two of y'all. But you said some people, because I'll be listening, I'll be sometimes thinking while you're talking. Yeah. So I'm in the yellow bus. Forward. That's why I'm like, oh, what you talking? I got everything she said. I'm like, oh, that's because I must have been thinking while she was talking. I didn't hear. Because now I just researched, I heard everything she said right there. I think she's with me on the yellow bus, on the small bus. So you said some people choose to go through the other part. Right, some people choose. See, I heard what she said. I mean, that's because I was thinking when she was saying it. Yeah, some people choose, they want to earn it, like she said. Because I guess you can sign your way and don't go through, but they want to have that stamp on them, like, nah, I went through the hazing and I got it in blood, I got it in the mud. You know what I mean? I got it the real way. You know, I got jumped in. You know what I'm saying? Because they want to, that gives you more like validity. Yes. Right.
Right. And this is why I brought up that conversation in the beginning where I was drawing a distinction between people who decided to just sign off, the paper people, and who decided to go ahead and pledge underground. I'm saying that because
they call it underground.
Yep.
Wow. See these terms. Don't you jump over that term. Underground.
Yeah.
Wow.
It just means nobody knows. But of course, there's all kinds of cute words for everything, but this is a secret. Because if they just say it like that, it will draw the attention to the fact that it's a secret. And the whole point of you not knowing is simply that. It's for you not to know. So of course, there's plenty of cover-up words to go around, plenty of them. Yeah. So.
And I know the spiritual components behind the word, so it hits me different. Well, I know what underground is. I know the deep. I know Sheol. I know. So I'm like, wow, these terms is just.
Know the Marine Kingdom.
Exactly. And anyone that would have been looking at it from this viewpoint and they went to make the decision knowing what we know about.
I'm sorry, guys. I just got to be myself because right now I'm enjoying this lesson with y'all. And so for people who hear me saying, come on, Unc, I'm talking in third person. This is how I do when I watch our lessons. I like Unc. He's funny to me. So y'all just ignore. Let me just enjoy it with y'all. All right. So I'm not narcissistic or nothing like that.
The terms and the definitions, you can see why that would just be like, what happened? Because how would you have started with your foundations and still thought that when you came over here and they're saying, come forward and all this weird stuff that I'm about to discuss, how would you can tell most people didn't line it up with the word is what I'm trying to say.
So you individual, you had to go through the initiation, meaning you didn't do this paperwork, sign off and slide through. You didn't slide through the.
No, I didn't want to do that, because the people that do that, they are made a mockery out of.
That's the point I wanted to make. I wanted to say, what would drive someone to want to have to do? Okay, it's like in a gang, some people get jumped in versus somebody, you know what I mean, just sliding in.
Correct, right. That's the exact example that would work for this story. So you go into the gang, but the most respect is going to come if you was jumped in, as opposed to you just getting in because Dede was your brother.
Right.
You've been walking with the gang the whole time growing up, and now that you're old enough to make your own decisions, you kind of was grafted in.
And people.
Did you just say Dede was your brother? Little baby Dub was your brother, Yadassah?
Thank you, Pissy Lola. Y'all bless. I humbly received that. Thank you. And thank you, Delara Shah, earlier for your word that you said to me as well. And anybody else who wrote some. Sorry, I'm watching the thing because I don't remember this. We did this over a year ago. So this is actually good stuff to me. I'm really interested. I'm like, this is a good move. I wish I had some popcorn. Oh, I got some oranges. I wish I had some popcorn though. Yo, Yakatas, do y'all got any popcorn? If you do, pop up some popcorn. I don't know. Sometimes we be having the vegan popcorn. If you do, could you pop some? That would be dope. It's like a movie to me. All through is looking at you like, you really ain't. You only in because that. Exactly.
Right.
You ain't put in no work or none of that. Yeah.
Precisely. That's a good example. So that's what it looks like on the other side. So when we went through some of our process, I had to go back in my remembrance as best that I could to kind of understand what was going on. Mm-hmm. It was a lot of mental torment. We had to learn the Greek alphabet, and we had to be able to spit it so fast you wouldn't even be able to understand me if I had to do it. Almost like you speaking in tongues because.
Wow. So you had to learn the Greek alphabet.
Right. You're assimilating 100%. But of course, in that mind frame, what do you mean? Everybody speaks the Greek alphabet. All the D9 does it. Right? Wow. I don't think anything of it. So the purpose of us going through the process, learning Greek alphabets and learning about the founders and going deeper into what the organization is about, the purpose of that is so that you can be prepared for your show when it becomes public. The show is called a probate.
Probate show. Right. Now, you learn a show and probate, they got some serious words. Sunstar Thunderlight said, Unc, you are right about the Greeks. I live in Europe right now at the present. Yes, good word. Yo. Just everybody listen up. Be very careful going mess around in Greece. Do not play. And you keep saying learning the founders. When you say learning the founders, you mean the founders who founded your organization, Desire founder. Right. Not the whole Greek thing, but your.
Actually, you do. You learn them all. At this point, you kind of learn a collective. You learn basic information about all the organizations as a whole because we're one body. Right.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, even though it's the Divine Nine and it's made up of 9 different organizations, it's still kind of one body, if you will. So
Comes
you
together
still
as
learn.
one.
Yeah.
Okay, they still do their Legion of Darkness. Aha, in darkness. That makes sense.
You still learn bits and pieces of other people's stuff, and then you get your ritual book. And in this book, you open it up and it's telling you more secrets, and it's talking about not things that it would really get your attention in a sense where you would be like, wait, what are you doing? It's nothing like that. That didn't happen until the very last night.
And that's the ritual book you sent me?
No, so that ritual, that's applicable to the last night. So when we get to that, so we'll go ahead and pull that out.
We ain't there yet.
So it's called...
wow, this is getting darker and darker. Now, the funny thing that I'm recognizing is you're supposed to be sending your kid to college. But bro, here you are. You done worked your little butt off. You probably working 2-3 jobs, and you all happy. Your little Johnny and Ray and Susie and Shantae, they up in college, and you just think, and they over there doing oaths, they doing seances and rituals and lying to you, stealing your pocketbook to get money. Oh my, in school, yeah, they doing Aleister Crowley in school. You like, but I sent you to get an education for a career for your future. What did you turned into a whole Greek, you went to the Nephilim, you turned to Anunnaki, Thoth and Doth. You turned Billy Carson. All right.
There's names for it. It's called a brain. You get a brain.
What? Hold on.
You get a brain. You get a brain.
Because you're being reborn again.
You're being reborn again. You're being remade. And you get this book, and it's the brains, and the brains has all the very last night.
And that's the ritual book you sent me?
No. So that ritual, that's applicable to the last night. So when we get to that, so we'll go ahead and pull it out.
We ain't there yet.
So it's called, there's names for it. It's called a brain. You get a brain.
Stop lying.
You get a brain. You get a brain.
Because you're being reborn again.
You're being reborn again. You're being remade. And you get this book, and it's the brains, and the brains has all the intricate information. I honestly can't remember what's in it. I actually got rid of my old car, and my brains and my handbook was in that car, and I never got it back. And I know now today that was by design. Now I know. Looking back, I'm like, man, I was trying to figure out where they
call it brains?
It's called the brains. So
you said my brain was in the car.
And it's exactly how it was too, literally. Because you couldn't go anywhere without it. It always had to be on you. You always had to be dressed exactly like the people that are on your line. Underwear, socks, everything.
No. What do you mean? So they dressed alike even under their clothes?
Yes.
No way.
One body.
So oneness.
A
covenant.
See, listening, having a conversation with you is so different because you understand the real thing. So when you see trying to, come with the imitation, you quickly are drawing these parallels. Now, if I was back then, if I had this wisdom, it would have been a no-brainer.
You would have been in a whole,
It would have been a whole no-brainer, off limits.
Yeah.
But
you don't know.
Right?
Exactly.
As we going through this book, the book is filled with different stuff about the organizations. It's history. It's just going a little bit deeper than what you can find online, but it's still not really much of nothing to me that I can really think of. It stood out that would ring an alarm and make me think in my mind, I'm doing something wrong. So all the while, people are coming to see you each night. Different chapters are coming to see you and watch you because this is all about humiliation now. So we have to we're learning information because the information we're about to spit, meaning that we're about to regurgitate this, we're about to formalize it in a way that everybody that's Greek understands it because I'll send you a clip so we can insert it. So I'll send you a probate clip.
Good. But I understand it. So you're saying you have to learn the alphabet, then they give you the research. Wow, that's crazy. She said, now it starts the humiliation part. And she did send me clips and stuff. Sorry, Yadassah. I was 20 hours trying to get this for tonight. I'm glad I did it. Praise y'all. And I'm up. We doing it. And I'm loving it. This is great job, daughter of y'all. But I wasn't able to insert the clip. I got it written down here too. I had some Steve Harvey thing to put in. I had put Yadassah's clips and I just had to, but praise y'all. All right, but I could do the other stuff and just do something else another time, another video or something. Learn about the founders, to learn the language, the tongue. So they come and they kind of test you away. So you got to be able to speak like you studied and learn. Like I had to learn my lessons in the Nation of Gods and Earth.
Absolutely.
So it's even in the gang stuff, I heard they got to learn their gang history.
Right.
Because, my little dudes that was in blood gang and stuff, they got lessons that they got to learn the history, and then they got to learn the signs, hand signs, and they got to speak. They got to learn the founders and the history. So you're saying it's like the same thing.
Exactly. And it's by design, because all of this stuff is in some way, shape, or form related. All of it.
It all is related.
All of
Facts.
All of it's related.
All of it's initiation.
All governed under the same council. You know what I'm saying?
Darkness. All right. So now, and no disrespect to the Nation of Gods and Earths, I have to separate that only because it's a different religion, but we'll do that on another lesson. Now, sorry, no disrespect. They don't call it, it's not a religion, it's a culture, but I didn't want to blend the two for anybody that's 5%. That's their culture. No disrespect to your culture. So let me walk it back a little bit. So you got your you start your initiation, you learning your alphabet, you learning the basic research history, and you're dressing like them. You're
dressing them. At this time, keep in mind, like sometimes we would be up for 24 hours, where we had to go and have what we would call a set. A set means that's when you called at any point in time. Like once you get ready after you get submitted their money and it's a green light, that's when things change. So instead of you all coming over for dinner on Sunday, instead of that, you just might get a call and it could be 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and you better get up and get to where you have to be dressed like you're supposed to be. So when you get there, it doesn't matter that you're discombobulated because you probably didn't sleep the day before or that you have an exam in the morning. You still better be prepared to spit that language that you're preparing to release as you prepare for your show, because that's the makeup of the probate.
Oh, so they testing you and they can just call you anytime, anywhere to do any. Goodness, y'all hear these terms? The makeup, the probate, the show. My goodness, bro. And you better be ready to show up.
Absolutely. And this is where people walk into the hazing, because if you got it wrong, if you didn't spit it right, you could get a paddle. You could get people. When I was looking up some of the things that was happening, I was like, no, I don't know about that. Now I can go for the paddle. I remember that. But there were people that were experiencing even more, because every chapter is different. Every chapter does what they want to do. When they close those doors and you signed off and you said, I'm with you now, it's up from there, right? So I've read up when I was looking at different denouncing videos, people were saying crazy stuff, like people were spitting on them. They were forced to eat insane things, like dog food, all types of stuff. So I just want to put a pause in this point in the video, because I know people, they love this component of it. They want to know what is happening behind the closed doors. And the only reason why I'm putting a pin in this moment is because I still want to make sure that people don't forget that even if none of this happened for you, the oath is what's important. Pay less attention to the horrible things that was happening behind the scenes, similar to when you got jumped into a gang or, things like that. Every chapter is different. And yes, it's very true that pledging does happen behind the scenes. It is very true that up front, you would never be able to admit that you were hazed. And you would also never tell someone that they walked up on you and asked you about it, not even your closest family. Okay, so understand that horrible things go on behind the scenes, but something stood out to me that I did not remember happening in my process, and I could be wrong. But I remember looking through the handbooks of the other organizations, and they all ate an apple, but it was really an onion.
Oh,
and I was like, who does that remind you of?
Yeah, symbolically. So you said one of the initiation rituals was hazing to eat an apple, but it's an onion?
Exactly.
Because the onion is gonna,
of course it wasn't gonna be a delicious onion, but I mean a delicious apple,
right?
For you to enjoy. Oh, we had to eat apples tonight. Of course not.
But they call it apple for the symbolism, right, of the sin,
of the sin,
of the mark of the beast.
That blew my mind. Like when I really was going back and looking through it, I'm like, wow, that apple. Now, I personally don't remember that component, but again, it was so long ago. I could be wrong. And I'm sure there's things I'm leaving out about the horrible things that took place. Because, you know, when you experience a trauma, things you don't bask in it. You don't want it. So when
block things out.
When you're given the opportunity to let it go, you just do. So one of the nights when we were leaving from the set that we were on, I almost killed us because I was so delirious. When I was driving, I almost ran into a tree. I didn't even see it. I didn't even know I veered off the road. And I'm saying that because the deliria, your mind being that off from some of the things that you're doing and staying up late and being online, the whole process of it all is very dangerous. So earlier in the video, we talked about people dying because that happens. So I'll send you some clips or some news articles, things that have happened when chapters have killed people. Like there was a group of AKAs, they told everybody to go get in the ocean and lock up. And when you lock up, you're literally putting your hands like this and your line is locked, like it cannot be broken, it's locked, right? Now, if you get in the ocean and lock up, just think about it.
You could drown.
Right, so what happens, this is how you know the schools and everybody else is confederate with the foolery, because what will happen is the chapter might be suspended from their campus. That's the consequences of deaths. Wow. There might be some repercussions, meaning that maybe the families sue the individuals that were involved if they can catch you. If they can really pinpoint you to.
Maybe covered by high levels and the Boule and these societies. Yes, she's covered. She says a lot of pledgees are denouncing their pledges. So she says, so she's not alone. So it's not like her bringing it out a lot of them are doing it. So praise Yah. But the Most High covering her anyway, she says. So, but yes, prayers and blessings and coverings over Yadassah for revealing these dark, cult, satanic, fallen angel, adverse practices and rituals. Yes, Zayana said, what happens if you do say something? You could die. Certain ones are darker than the other ones. I know that part. And you get, like she said, things be behind closed doors. And they're delirious and they can go too far. And yes, Roberta, they are making worse stuff than dog food. And the white fraternities get even crazier. They be freaking having them in caskets and dead people and that's that Freemasons, that's that, boy, this stuff, skull and bones and all that type of stuff, okay? Different levels to this. Scottish Rite stuff and all that, okay? Yadassah.
Which would be incredibly difficult because I can imagine everybody would be like, it wasn't me. I didn't tell them to do that. You would have a hard time. They might be able to sue the overall organization, but they may not be able to get to the individuals. I said all that to say it's still permitted. It still happens every day. And people die trying to come into these organizations. All of this for identity when you already had an identity within the Most High.
Woo! Wow, wow. Now you said one of the traditions is an apple. They say call it an apple, but they give you an onion because they ain't gonna make it delicious. And the symbolism of the apple, you just tied some Yadassah for my teaching of the mark of the beast, Genesis 3 and 6. And the symbolism of the apple, that was the transgression that Eve is, but that's all symbolic.
It's symbolic.
Same symbolism that they have in there by saying it's an apple and giving you an onion. It wasn't an apple on that story. It was an act that she did, a Hasatan, right? So, but it's the same. Remember, the Greek understand the Hebrew. You understand? They know where it comes from. That's who enslaved the Hebrews. Now, the mark of the beast, I didn't bring that out. You just brought some up because we did the second part last study of the mark of the beast. And one of the symbolism of the mark of the beast would symbolically be an apple, because that's what was used symbolically to identify the transgression of the Most High law, what he told Eve and Adam not to do. So it makes all sense that they making you take the mark of the beast, the apple.
Right. And so we understand that transgression. And if it was honored and it went through and we're still dealing with the repercussions of that transgression, why would somebody that crossed into a Greek organization think anything different?
Thanks.
Why would you think you got away from it? People don't understand the spiritual implications of things.
So when you say, sometimes you said I'm on a line, that's symbolic. Sometimes it is a literal line of y'all in a line, right?
That's exactly what it is. It's very much a line. Like that's your line. You have people when you're strolling, which you'll see in the videos, when you're strolling, that's your line. That's your line, that's your crew, that's your people.
So they make you walk around together? You say it's strolling?
You dance. It's kind of like whenever you're out, because mind you, we're in college, so we're still partying. So when you're partying or when you're at events, it's a moment in time that everybody knows that the D9, when certain songs play, it's certain songs that play that everybody's like, oh, the Q's is about to get out there and start hopping around because they heard that on the dog.
So is that when they do the and all that?
Exactly.
Okay.
So everybody kind of has like little signature songs or just universal songs where if it plays, everybody's going to get up and stroll. And to be honest with you, it doesn't even have to be associated with a song. If you're at a party, one of your sole purposes at a party is to stroll and showcase who you are and what you do. And everybody parts ways. Nobody breaks your line. If they did, you would be in a physical fight about it.
Facts. I've seen that.
Exactly.
I got a story on the 25 to life. We was in DC. I ain't do it yet. Boy, that was my first time experiencing how strong they were.
Absolutely.
Them boys was like, and they went into warrior mode.
And they was out of nowhere. It'll be people, the main line might have been strolling. It might have been a certain chapter, strolling around. And then, surrounding them, it might have been other people. So as soon as it gets a little tussle, something goes on down on the dance floor, they will swarm you because you never know where they're coming from.
It was no joke.
And
that was no joke. I was like, I needed a gun. I was like, and they were raw. I mean, facts. I'm gonna tell that story on the 25 to Life channel. I was in Washington, D.C. This was the early, it's 2000s, because we was Palace Mall. My goodness, this was the raw. They were Q dogs. Them dudes was, I needed a gun. I was like, yo, I need a gun, boy. Anyway, I'll save that for when I tell that story. They were tough. Them dudes that tripped me out. Cause I'm like, we in a college party and all that, DC and all that. And I'm so street thug, we was Palace Mob and boy, it went down. And my man DNA was like, yo, come on, y'all, back up, come by the equipment. And I'm like, they tore that place up.
Yeah.
Them dudes was jumping off ceilings. They was like ripping off their shirt. It was all about, I fight high. You know how they do. They was like gorillas.
Yeah, they're never, numbers are never like far and few. When you're in a party, you might recognize that when you walked up on somebody and got close enough to them, they had on the same pin as you. And then you would do the little secret handshake to show, I'm real, because anybody could go on Amazon and get a pin and put it on and claim it. But when you pull them in close and you grip with that handshake, which is what TCA was talking
essentially
about.
Designed to handicap, if not totally destroy, the generation.
I knew something. I knew something was going. I knew it couldn't just go over with no hitch, because I was doing this for 15 hours. I had so much content on my timeline, so I think I got another clip somewhere, and I tried to scrub it and make sure. So give me a second. Let me see. Hopefully it's not too long. Hopefully it's just a little clip that is interrupting her. But I knew it was going to happen, because when I was finished, because I have so much stuff I'll be working on, and I got its layers of timeline, and I tried to make sure nothing else was there, and I guess something was there. Give me a second. Let me check it. Let me see. Hopefully it's not that much. Give me a second. Oh man, that's not going to be okay. Let me see. Let me try to see how long it's going. 135:58. 135:58. I can see she's just telling the story. That sucks, but I'll be able to clip and where she's telling the story, I'll be able to get it, so we won't miss the story. I'll be able to do it another time. 135:58. But I know it's not going to be that long. It's probably, but it's going longer than I would hope. I was hoping it would just be 1 second. Give me 1 second. There we go. Okay, it stopped. Hold on. Right there. All right, here we go. We back. Present. It wasn't that much, but it was long enough. I knew it. Hopefully that's the only one that's there. I did the best I can trying to scrub because I work on so much stuff that I got stuff all over and try to move it back because it's for other clips of video. You know how I make the video clips like and showing clips of stuff and stuff. So it's like, I knew that was going to happen in this one because this one's so much. It's so much work. This is pay your child support. Pay your child support. Pay your child support. Pay your child support. That's what that is. That's like what I hear every time I hear. Pay your child support. Pay your child support, or you'll go to jail. Or you'll go to jail. Pay your serpent seed. Pay the serpent seed. Pay the serpent seed. Not. I ain't calling my children the serpent seed because I'll take care of my children. I don't need no child support, but that's what that is. Just so you know. So every time I hear, that's all I hear. All right, here we go. Shalom, Pissy Lola, y'all bless. You can watch the rest on the replay. All right, share. Here we go. We backity back. We back and we blackity black. Are y'all there? Are y'all there? Now y'all, are y'all there? All right, here we go.
In the 1960s and 70s,
What? I just cleared it. Hold on.
only way that this womanist idea could be pushed during this time, especially amongst...
I just 130s. I just got it to stop.
Black women, and there was an outside entity propagating this idea. And of course, that's exactly what happens. The same entities that run COINTELPRO.
Oh my goodness. I'm telling the story about, we still telling the story about them in the club. All right, it's coming.
You need to part ways.
Yeah, they did.
Right.
They got out there, and if they didn't, it was that's when the brawl happened. That's how I saw it.
All right, let me give it a little, what was some of that part. So we were still talking about, I was describing what happened in the DC club. And she said it's something about once they get started, especially the Q dogs, them Qs is like somebody wrote, they really angry. They be fighting, them dudes, this thing is crazy. And yeah, I need a gun. I'm like, this is crazy. It's about 90 of them too, bro. They was wild. They look like gorillas, bro. They was tripping. I was like, they be on something. And now I know it's a possession. So they taking off their shirts and they got the stamina. They like, they all stick together. So she said it's something where it's like when they walk through, everybody part. Like it's part. They part like the sea. Yeah, I am going to get a clip of Darby. That's good. Now, yeah, I need that clip. All right. And that's what she said. Yeah, they have to part. And if you don't part, then you're going to have trouble. You're going to be trouble. All right.
That was no joke. I saw that live.
Exactly.
I was glad I wasn't in the middle of that. I'm just keeping it 100. I was like, them dudes was big.
Either you're going to accept the little bowl to the right when they push you out the way because they give you the courtesy of not knowing. But the average person, if you get bold, you're going to respond like that.
That's what happened.
Right. And see, when you respond, that's when you quickly find out that they are not alone, whoever you saw on the floor.
And they are not to play with. What she just said is exactly what happened. I watched it. I don't want to give my 25 to life story away, but it was like that. And you didn't know it was like 90 of them. Like they formed Voltron. And I said, but this is college. I thought college was safe. Boy.
And they're nothing to play with. And this girls and guys.
Wow. I saw it. And they did exactly what you said. They get out the way. Like you gotta, and like you said, people from the hood, they don't know. They like, and it set off and they formed Voltron. And it went from, let's say if it was like 10 of them in the line, it was like 50 of them like this.
Unmarked vehicles, narc.
They came out of everywhere. That's why I said, woo, I need a gun in here. It wasn't nothing that's going to get them off you. And they was wild. That's another thing that I noticed. They were wild. Like they were, it was like, they lost it. They was like, I was like, these dudes is crazy. They was ripping off their shirts. And it was just all about that A5. I thought that was Kappa. So what's the male one? The male fraternity, that's the big one that they all that's Q Dog.
Right, those are the Q probably talking about with the purple and gold.
Yeah.
Probably who you saw.
What's their called? What's their name of that thing called?
Omega Psi Phi.
That's the one.
Right.
So I mixed that up. I used to think that was A Alpha, but your Alpha's a female. That's again.
No. You was right. You was right because there's Alpha Phi Alpha. Those are men and they have black and gold. But then you have Alpha Kappa Alpha. Those are.
I knew there was a men Alpha. Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay, Alpha Phi, because I'd seen them get busy too.
Right. Everybody will suits and ties, heels. It doesn't matter because at this point in time, the whole purpose of you bonding online, it was all bonding. You're being broken down to be built up
as one. Mm-hmm.
As one, right? So you're losing your identity and you're shifting it for, something that's new. You're getting a new identity. And so that trauma bonding is what you have with the people that you're online with. That's why when people decide to denounce their letters, they're persecuted. And you find out that they were not your real sister or your real brother, because if they were, they would still be that.
They would still be,
You know what I mean? Versus, oh man, she's whack,
Now you my enemy. So that you really didn't love me anyway. You love the organization.
Absolutely. And think about the spirit that has to come over you for you to really want to shun and persecute a person that chose to make a different decision than what you did. How did you just light switch, cut it off, and you don't even like me anymore?
Now you're against me. Yeah.
Now you're against me and I'm the enemy. I'm the ops now. How did you even do that? So what it actually brings out of your heart, you can just tell the more you talk through it, this is not from the Most High. That's to love our brethren. Where did that come from?
Love your neighbor as yourself. Exactly.
So.
Wow. Okay, so now you just explained to me, now that that's called a stroll, I know about the initiation. So when you went through your initiation, you went through some of, I guess, a little bit of hazing. That means waking up 2 a.m, doing stuff. It could mean some dark stuff too.
It could really mean some dark stuff too. I witnessed some dark things, and because we have like brotherly organizations, meaning that we can yoke up with the parallel organizations. So the Zetas would yoke up with the Sigmas, and it's like a spinoff. The girl version of the Sigmas would be the Zetas, if you will. And we would go to their sets at night, and we would be able to watch them, humiliate the dudes on their line. So I was definitely witnessing it. And my ex-boyfriend at the time in college, he probably still is, a part of Omega Psi Phi. So I was very versed in understanding how they got down for sure. And
because he was in it. Go ahead.
It's not a set
that is funny. I literally just turned right now to put my feet on this chair, and in the video, I literally just turned to put my feet on the chair in the video at the same exact moment. That is crazy. But one thing I noticed she keeps saying, they call it sets. So I'm listening to the phraseologies, the phrases, the terms, sets, like gang sets and stuff.
I would stick around for. My heart can't take it. Like we can only take so much, but like everything is amplified with men. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we do a little smack, then they gotta you lose 2 fronts.
Yes. That's why when you're talking about the hazing, I know about the men.
Yeah.
So whatever women do, not multiply that 10 times darker.
Precisely. And
with the men.
Right. And my ex crossed before me. So he never told me anything, you know, about what was going on, but it was a couple of read between the line conversations that we had. And also I turned a blind eye when it was his turn to pledge his people when they came through, when his neos came through. It was his turn to become dean and pledge his people.
Who you say dean?
Dean, D-E-A-N.
Dean. So what is a dean?
It's just the head person that's really bringing the line through. So somebody has to lead it, right? You always have to be led. Got to have a king. Got to have a queen. So it's just the head person that's really leading, spearheading the process.
And he decides, I guess, what's going to happen to you, what y'all going to do and stuff.
What's up for the night, you know, how it's going to play out, what they need from you. Are you going to do their statistics homework for the night, write their papers? What all you going to be doing for the night, whatever that looks like, and so forth. So mind you, at this point in time, online for the next 6 to 8 weeks or however long you're underground, I don't know what that timeline looks like for everybody. You're learning, people are coming and embarrassing you, you're being humiliated. Awful things are happening, but you're also perfecting your performance that you're about to have when you come out to your probate. This is when our names change. This is leading up to ritual night.
Name change,
right.
Okay.
This is leading up to the ritual that you have in your email. This is leading up to that. Okay. So we're going through the process. They're breaking you down to build you up. You going through all of these motions, the psychological abuse, the physical abuse, all this stuff is happening. And you finally reach that last day, which is the true initiation, your ritual day. And this is the day where you repeat after me. This is the day that you come forward. And one of the first things they say is, you do hereby say you came here on your own accord. So I'll put that out there because I want to let anybody know that when you did it, you was not beguiled.
Hasatan told Eve, quote the Lord, yes.
Exactly. I knew you would get it.
Free will.
I knew you would get it.
To choose. Good word, Yadassah. You are not beguiled. Now you're out and Yadan, I'm laughing at it too. Because I'm tripping off it too. I can't believe me and Unc did the same thing at the same time. This.
You must come forward and say, this was on my accord. The enemy understands what solidifies a contract. He
understands the laws of the heaven, the Shamayam. He understands it, and everything has to follow the time. Had to ask Eve, what did the Most High say to you? What's the law? She quoted the law. Now, with your own fruition, you choose to do this. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing.
And we already had the apple. So remember, we're walking right on into it now. Now we're coming into it. So
with your free will.
With your free will, you must state that. It's explicitly stated. And so there are people that have crossed years ago. I've crossed in 2010. And when I say cross, what I mean by that is you crossed the burning sands. You crossed over into darkness.
That's what they call it? Burning sand?
Yes. You crossed over into darkness.
So you crossing from the light into the darkness.
Absolutely.
Do they call it darkness? No,
they call it light, which is really going to trip you out.
That's the morning star. That's where they changed Lucifer's the morning star, the light. So yeah, they call it light.
Of course.
It's the light of the dark light. We just been breaking that dark light down recently. Remember, we did this, me and Yadassah did this over a year ago. So we've been breaking that dark light down recently, strong. Wow, this thing got so much symbolism, of course, because it's the Greek. Duh. This is the adversary. Man, this is crazy. There's so much Jews in this.
You spot on. That's exactly what it is. So of course not. Of course they would never say something like that.
Exactly.
When you get in there and open up the rituals and start to read it, one thing stood out to me. I don't remember getting this ritual book. And I don't think anybody, when I was trying to find videos of people saying that they had it. So when you're being read these things, first of all, let's back it up. When you get to that point where you make it, you didn't drop the line, so you didn't quit, right?
Okay.
You finally at the last night where it's about to go down. This is the continuation and the solidification of your oaths.
And does this take place somewhere at night outside or in the
Does it?
building?
Does it?
Okay.
It takes place at night in a dark room. You're blindfolded.
What?
Yes, you're blindfolded and everybody's wearing white.
Straight initiation ritual.
Straight initiation. If you know, you know. So when people don't know, that's what I'm saying. Anyone that had any type of sense that was really grounded in the word, if you had started there first, you would easily have walked smooth out of that room when you took the blindfold.
Facts, that scared me. I'm spooked out in.
Exactly. So then you take the blindfold off, and then there's candles everywhere. There's a Bible, because you got to put your hand on that.
Of course, you got to put a Bible. That's the Asian Masonic. This is all Canaanite, Baal. This ain't nothing new. Come on, go ahead. Speak that talk. This is that Canaanite fallen angel Nephilim. It's that same stuff. This is crazy. Yo, she said they in the dark. God, let me explain something to y'all. That's one of my biggest fears. I don't care. I'm about to say, should I be saying that? I don't care about the spirit around me. I own all the earth and the fullness thereof. I could care. I ain't scared of the spirit realm, so I can say it. I don't care. One of my biggest fears, whatever. You can't do it to me because my Father covers me. You heard? And I ain't about to fall and transgress. We won't have access. But one thing that I have a worldly fear of is that the scenery, I think I must have seen it from movies or something. It's just something that my riot gets disturbed when they and they do this, especially in these rituals and stuff and the Mason stuff, where they sacrifice they got dark room and candles, and they be having like hoods on, and they be like zombie rabu jamba, and right, that stuff's scary to me. That's why I said I went to that church. That's going to come up on the 25 to life too, with the oneness Pentecostals, and they was doing that. They had dark, it was candle. I was getting spooked. I was looking at the door. I'm ready to run. I'm like, that stuff scares me. I'm from the hoodie hood. I could deal with ghetto stuff, right? I could deal with shooting guns, Tech 9s, bullets to my head, whizzing, shooting, running and killing, stabbing, all that. But that spooky stuff is what that. No disrespect, but that's that white spooky stuff. White people spook me out. The ones that the white people can get real crazy and spooky. That stuff spooks me out. Like being in the party, right? This is another one of my fears. I remember they tried to get me to that when I was doing Uber. I'm like, I am not going in this party with all y'all, because it's like you in the party, right? And you the only black person all the way, and everything's good as it start out, and then once they get around 3 a.m, they all drunk, and then everybody they just turn wicked. They just turn evil and start looking at you. Now you running down the street from nigga. That's my biggest fear. I make sure I don't put myself in none of those positions. I ain't put myself. I am not being. No. I am not. I don't like. That's Again, that's just a worldly, a fleshly fear. Okay, but yes, that type of stuff right there. That's that creepy stuff. I don't like creepy stuff. I could take straight up darkness. See, there's levels to the darkness, right? There's levels of darkness. You know what I mean? And I could take the level of darkness where it's, up front, but that's the darkness in the dark. That's the will within the will. It's layers to that. That's some real, that's that level where they be sacrificing babies and kids and eating people and doing all type of that level of darkness is too dark for me. My light, I was created, the Most High created me with I got an inner light. Even when I was in the world in dark, I got an inner light that's too bright of righteous light, a light of righteousness, because there's a dark light, right? Don't let your light be dark light, right? My light is a light of righteousness, and it's too strong. So that level of darkness, that's what I mean by I fear. Not, it is a little, in my flesh, it is scary because it's so adverse to my light, my righteous light. Hopefully y'all can understand that. I'm not weak. I'll face it. I do. If it ever happened, it's going down. It's going down. I'm about to fight all them Habi Rambas, right? Y'all gonna sacrifice an already dead body, because I'm sure enough fighting my way to death. Y'all ain't doing nothing to my booty, and y'all ain't about to drink my blood and sacrifice me. I'm going down fighting. But yeah, that's a earthly fear of that stuff. And like that right there, I would have been, please, I wish I had been to college. I'm like, as soon as they close the door and I'm seeing candles and a altar and all that, I'm like, oh, shh. I guess I just lost my $1,200 because I'm out. I'm out of there. I'm fighting everybody. Q dogs, boo dogs, A dogs, B dogs, and C dogs. I'm fighting everybody out of there. Out the set, out the line. I'm getting out of there. That's one thing I don't play. That spooky stuff, I just don't do spooky. I'm from the hood. We don't do spooky. Black people, y'all know we scary anyway. Don't be scared. Y'all know we the first to run. We don't play all that mess. We don't play that scary stuff. Boy, they put some serious witchcraft to have these black people doing this scary stuff. This is the Greeks got it from, this is where it come from, Babylon and from.
It's under the same umbrella. It's all connected. So when people are like, it doesn't matter, like I'm not into Freemasonry, you don't have to.
Yes, you are. With that.
Right. But they want to explicitly state it because they are not where there's a Bible. Because you got to put your hand on that.
Of course, you got to put a Bible. That's the Asian Masonic. This is all Canaanite, Baal. This ain't nothing new. This is the Greeks got it from. This is they come from Babylon and from.
It's under the same umbrella. It's all connected. So when people are like, it doesn't matter. Like I'm not into Freemasonry. You don't have to.
Yes, you are. With that.
Right. But they want to explicitly state it because they are not Freemasons or Eastern Stars, so they want to explicitly separate, but there is no separation of the two. It's like they created these organizations and they gave you 9 to choose from because they knew they would have type A strict people. They wanted to be scholarly and nerdy. They wanted another organization for the wild people to turn up. They wanted pretty people. They knew. Smart.
Wise as a serpent.
Wise as a serpent. So they knew to make something appeal to everybody, masses, right? So anyway, getting into the ritual again, we was blindfolded walking, and I'm trying to go back into my memory. I remember walking. The room was dark. I remember steps. I remember us getting dressed. We still had to have on the same underclothes and all that stuff. I remember us going in a room and it was candles lit. I remember the Bible being out and us having to put our hand on our heart. And they gave us a candle and said we received the light.
Ooh, wow, the light of Lucifer, the light of Hashatan.
Lucifer, you already had light. If you have really yourself in those scriptures, you left light.
Facts.
You left the light. So they gave us
and went into another light. Yeah, you left the light of Yah. You left the light of righteousness. You went into a dark light. Don't let your light be dark light. The light of Lucifer. That's the illuminated one, the Illuminati, the illumined one, the morning star, that dark morning star. Woo! Come on.
This candle, they gave us a white rose that I think represented purity. And then they made us pin something on our heart.
Look at the heart.
Yep, there's that heart. And so then one of the chants that we had to say, it was like, all of my love, my peace and happiness, I give it to you, Zeta. And you had to repeat that 7 times.
And Zeta is a Greek god.
Right. You had to repeat that. And there were probably many other chants and things like that were happening behind the scenes. But when you, just like the enemy, when you get a good word, he'll come and steal it from you. If it's not, if you're not grounded in it, that's the same thing that happened when we left that room. It was eerie. We got in there. It was probably uncomfortable. We were scared. It was unsettling. And it definitely disrupted our spirit. But we was there now. We was at the last of it. We had made it. So we wasn't really turning back. Yeah. But in addition to that, just feeling all of these emotions, once it's over with, this is when they really giving you the stuff. When they like, this is really what the shield means. And they start saying it out loud, all fast, where you're not even paying attention. Your mind is just on, let me get up out of here. So you're repeating after them. You're saying what you need to say. You are being brought into this new light, right? You're going through all of this stuff while you're in this room with these people, and you see elders in there, people that have been in the organization for 30, 40 years. And for someone that's not grounded in the word, you have no idea why these old church ladies would be in there if it was something wrong, if it was witchcraft, right? You're not even going to connect the two because witches. And
they're all black. You amongst all your people and elders.
They've been giving you the little group hugs the whole time and grooming you and loving on you, aside from the the harsh parts, but eventually that once you get past this, that it's going to be going back.
Yeah, it's all good after this. Yeah.
So you're just trying to get out of it. So people are like, that didn't happen. They like to be funny in the comment section of people's denouncing videos and claim that these things didn't happen. But what the point I was making was the enemy will steal those moments from you. I had to really dig deep and really marinate on it to really process it back. And even with that ritual book that I found online, things came back to remembrance. I'm like, oh, I do remember that, because it's intended for you to get the nitty gritty, the soul selling. All of that is intended to be done on the very last night. Now, mind you, we had 6, 8, 9, 10, 20 weeks underground. Why didn't you tell me about this oath? Why didn't you do that? It was methodical. It was a reason why you got the nitty gritty on your very last day, because you're less likely to grasp it or even walk away from it at this point.
So the initiation process underground can last 20 weeks. That's because you didn't indoctrinated yourself and made a covenant for so long that when they put the culmination on the last day, you're willing to just take everything because you've been so conditioned and primed all that time. This is some straight ancient Canaanite Nephilim. This goes back, guys, to Mitzrayim. This goes back to Sumeria, Phoenicia, Babylon, all of it, Acadia. This ain't nothing new. This what the Masons do, the Freemasons. I can't believe they're doing this in college. And she said, that threw me off. I'm like, this image I'm used to seeing on TV, like white people doing it. I'm looking at black, and you got grandma and them over there. You got grandma. What you think you safe, and you're like, am I safe? It'll mess with your mind, right? Wow, that's crazy. So much sorcery in this. It's a long time.
Well, I was being silly with the numbers. It might not be okay. But honestly, I wouldn't put it past you.
What's the average? Maybe a month or two?
I feel like about 2 months or so. It might be the average. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure, because again, chapters may not even discuss it. And it may be reasons why they didn't get to come out. Like, let's say they were anticipating releasing their line at the end of the fall in December, and something came up, somebody got hurt and needed to heal. And so they postponed it until them coming out in the spring instead. So that could make them stay online a little longer than what they originally planned.
So now after they walk you in blindfold, all this spooky stuff, they make you quote stuff, they pin some to your heart, they make you put your hand on the Bible, you coming into the light of Hashatan, because that's what that is. Right. You leave in the light of the Father and go into the light of Hashatan, the darkness. They make you pledge to this Zeta, which is a Sabaoth, guys, a dark Sabaoth, a dark heavenly host, an adversary. It's a Greek god. These are gods that you Nephilim. These are gods. These are adversaries. They make you claim. They make you pin something to your heart. That's the mark of the beast, the covenant. The apple was the mark. You mark yourself. You're in covenant. They make you pronounce it with your free will, right? So all of it. So it's legally binding according to the laws of the Shamayam. Shamayam, come on. See, this how I be, guys. Y'all watching it with me. This how I be. Come on, go. You see, you signed on the paper, so it's legally binding for your even in the flesh. So it's legally binding in the spirit because you're covered, but it's legally binding in the flesh. And then you put the money, so you paid the dowry. You paid. Oh, come on. Signature, but your spiritual signature is the covenants that you're making, the words, your agreement with your own free will you are choosing. They do the whole Apple Eve ritual, everything. They already know what it is. Wow. So now the blindfolds come off. I'm saying I wasn't quick on it. I was like, I wish I had it just ready. I said they already know what it is.
Bossy, you know what it is.
I just had to do it one time. They already know. Boy, they got their stuff together. They got their Canaanite book together. Them Freemasons put that stuff together. Them Boules. Y'all don't understand that the rich people behind all this stuff, this Canaanite major stuff too, right? They got their stuff together. This stuff is whoa. And everything, and I guess you see candles and flames and the elders.
It's what is it called? It's an altar. It's a shrine to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, because things are laid up. That's where your stuff is all laid out. Everything is laid up for you. It looks just like that. It's I can't even describe it.
Wow.
The images are weird now, but that's what it's laid out. It's like an altar.
And so then after you do that little things, you quote the thing they want you to quote, then they take you out of there, or they give you your name, or they what?
Right. So after that, did we get our name before that or after? Probably, I want to say after, but I'm not really for sure. But yeah, I got my line name and I got my number.
Hold on, before you go there, I want to remind one thing you said. You said right after that, when they took it off, then they immediately start quoting you some of the real things of the shield.
Yes.
Yelling it to you.
Yes. I'm glad we went back. I almost forgot. Yeah, they start telling you the truth about stuff. So I don't really remember the breakdown of it anymore. That was something that was taken from me. But when off that document that I sent you, it's a good time to pull that up, because
got to pull it up.
That's what's talking about what happened, right? That's what's happening on the last day. Stuff that, you like, well, dag, if I would have known. But again, you're in darkness, so it's already too late. But anybody that would have caught the red flag, let's say it was somebody that was a Christian or something at the time, and they maybe knew a little bit of scripture. When we opened that Bible and they started to take away words out of the scripture and substituting it with Zeta, when they started to do that, it would have turned on you like, wait a minute,
this is blasphemy. This is
like, hold up, this is blasphemy, because the word says not to add or take away. So it would have clicked to you, but in the midst of the heightened, you're emotionally high. You know what I'm saying? You're ramped up at this point. So right after they tell you everything, it's gone from you, because next up is the show. The following day or a couple of days after that, now everything that you done learned and everything, get your line jacket, your number, your name, you're about to be revealed to the public. So all of this stuff that went down that night, the enemy already took it from you.
Yeah.
So when people are like, I pledged 30 years ago and this didn't happen to me, that's great. I'm glad certain things didn't happen, but I know what did happen that none of us could escape, that ritual night, and all of us binded to the oath. So again,
that covenant happened.
Exactly. I repeat that it doesn't matter if you didn't get hazed or not. If you thought getting broken down and built up was a cool idea, I don't care about any of that. One thing stands true for every single member of a Greek organization. You signed off on that. Your name is in the database that's attached to you.
Wow, good word. Well, this, Matt Yaha, the Catholic Church always spooked me out, especially with the singing and all that. The little Damon songs, they'd be like, ooh, ah, ooh, yeah, and all that. It's spooky with candles, and it'd be kind of dark in there too. They'd be like, Father, Father. Everything be all quiet, Father. I'll be by the door. I'll be like, I'll be looking at the door like I'm the type, I gotta run. I'm blackity black. I run fast too. I'm out of there. I'm always looking for exit signs and all that. But get out of the way. I need a clear sight to the exit, because I'm gonna be the first one out of there. For real, you need to follow me. I'll tell people with me too. When I move, you move. When I move, you move. Just like that. That's what I tell them. So when I move, you move. Just like that. Facts. When I run, you run. For real, for real. All right. So we're gonna make a part. We're gonna do the second part, because we got a whole nother. It looked like a whole nother hour. So this part, what we're about to do, we're about to break down the rituals. So she sent me. I got the paper, the sheet. So when we come back to this, we'll do the second part, and it'll be the actual rituals. And it's it's crazy. It tells everything. It tells all the stuff, and we break it down, and then she gives a closeout. She says a prayer, so she's denouncing. She's putting down. All right, time to. Yeah, Uncle on screen. He got off the chair. It's time for me to turn around in the chair. One true Scott said, I was raised Catholic and Sunday school was scary. Yeah, that Catholic stuff is scary. I remember I went with somebody when I was younger, some friend, they were Catholic, and boy, that was some spooky stuff. I was like, man, I am ready to go, bro. I'm looking around, especially they got the mask and this dude over there, Father, and all that type of stuff, and the music, they got a different organ, right? They ain't got that ding, 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 ding. All right. So we're gonna close out here, and we're going to when we come back, we'll come back with the second part of and it's breaking down the oaths and stuff. Like the rich is crazy. So I pray a prayer of blessing over everyone's home and everything that you've heard and learned. I want to say thank you to Yadassah for being willing to share the the secrets and the things to be able to expose for those throughout the shadow band, wherever it reach, whenever, however it reach, however far it's allowed to reach or whatever, that it might can help if just one person, someone that can learn and know, because these kids, this stuff is still going on, right? So it's probably all different levels because, hers was years and years ago, and they, these things are still happening. Things get darker and darker. They don't get lighter and lighter. That dark light get brighter and brighter. So if this could just help one person, I know it helped me with understanding and knowing stuff that's going on. I have a much better understanding. And thank you, Yadassah, for exposing it and taking the confidence and the what's the name? Yeah, exactly. Way worse now. You can only imagine, especially like what Matt Yaha said, that with the agency stuff, right? They got levels that's crazy dark, the stuff they doing, and the other one's all about, that portal at the end of your spine, your rectum portal, you see, opening up those portals. So thank you, Yadassah, for having the courage. And I asked her, guys, before I put her picture in the thumbnail. Before I did that, I made sure I asked her, because everyone don't have the courage that I have. Everyone ain't called to step out there so I have to respect that. So I asked her, and she said, whatever the rags say for you. I guess she said, I'm from Louisville. She said, oh, you're dog. She said, the rag said, put it down and put your down. You ain't never scared. She said, let's go. And then after I said, all right, I'm putting it down. Putting it down. She said, let's go. So, all right. So thank you, Yadassah. And praise y'all for your covering, and praise y'all for the good instructions and the word and everything that came out. It was a very, very, very good. I wish I had some popcorn. This was dope. I'm like, boy, this is interesting. I like stuff like this. I watch documentaries and stuff on, I like stuff like this. I love learning stuff. I be sitting there like, ooh, that's all, like, I need some popcorn. Like, ooh, ooh, this good. How stuff get juicy and good. I'm like, ooh, this good. It just start getting good. It's the dark stuff. So praise y'all. I'm like, all right. So right before, because once we get into this stuff, it goes for a little, you see, we still got probably like an hour left of it. All right. So all praise to the Most High. May the Most High cover and bless you all on your Shabbat day. May he bring your family members, your children, cousins and them, little Dub and baby Dub, your cousins and all of them. May he bless them so that anybody don't get entangled in this fallen angel, Masonic, Nephilim, Greco-Roman. This is Greek though, but this sorcery, it's witchcraft. It's not new under the sun. It's adverse. That's why they got all the rituals, the apple, all of the different components, the Bible, all of it, all of the rituals, the words. It's all strategic. It's not new under the sun. It's the adverse. It's Hashatan. It's all that. It's all of it. It's Baal. It's Moloch. It's Semiramis. It's Nimrod. It's Thoth. It's Thoth. It's all of it. It's not new under the sun. The Most High, all praise in the Most High for allowing us to have the house of Yah, Mashiach Assembly. He allowed us to come together, hide from all over the world. You got Sunstar Lightning over there in Europe and and One True Sky and them. You got people in the UK. We got people all over the world to join in, to be a hive, to teach the word. The Most High brought us together in this end time. And we not scared here. The Most High gonna show us, and we gonna show out.
Wanna do it?
Yes, he will. Every time. And we gonna do the work of our Father over and over again.
Wanna do it?
Yes, we will. He will, and we will do the work of our Father. I love you all. Fight the darkness. This is the Shabbat day. May you go forth and be the righteous light of the Most High and just destroy all the dark light that's out there.
Bossy, you know what it is.
That's what you tell all the dark light in your life everywhere you go.
Bossy, you know what it is.
From Mashiach Assembly Ministries House of Yah to all of you.
Yeah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. I love you all. Y'all get y'all some rest. What we did, 4.5, not too bad. 4.5 hours. All right. Thank you, Yadassah. Thank you, everybody. I love you all from the house of Yah to all of y'all. Shabbayat Shalom. The next time. Oh, what's the next time? What's today? Friday. 25 to Life is this Sunday. The next live is Wednesday. The next live on YouTube. Shabbayat Shalom, everyone. We out.
Yeah.
Thank you, Hakyama. Thank you, Elder Taj Baliyah. Thank you, Yashiyaha and family for covering. I know we ain't do nothing but being with me in presence. Praise Yah. His holy name is rightful order. Shabbayat Shalom. Everyone.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we will see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews, the true and real Israelites. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He adds